So how would you want? So we're supposed to give them. How would you want? This is our problem. Because they are concerned with the kids don't have better speed. So now I don't know where you Don't like it. Yes. Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks very much, colleagues, honorable members, and welcome to this important meeting. The Deputy Minister, the Director General, and your team, and also the team that is led, that's going to present on the progress, the multidisciplinary team. And all officials, you're welcome to this meeting. You are convened as a result of the issues that were raised by members of the committee in relation to the issues throughout the country relating to security and the corrupt activities and arrest, and which is a demonstration of the good work that the department is engaged on since the last administration. And I think we must appreciate the team that was led by the Dr. Lubisi that conducted a survey in terms of the live operation of Home Affairs and the report that was produced and the recommendations that is initiated for the appointment or the facilitation to appoint the task team that is now on the ground. So we must take that appreciation, and also the former minister, Mtwaledi, who has put ground with the deputy minister in the 6th administration, and that has led to this progressive work. Though there are challenges in the space of your work or the task ahead, or the task that you are engaged on, but I think the indicators demonstrate work that is on the ground. We've also learned on the recent development in KZN with a joint law enforcement agency in terms of uprooting this corrupt activity. So it's an important meeting for members of the committee to interact with yourselves and also upload recommendation in terms of how can we fast track the process. Security is the most important area that in particular Home Affairs, because we deal with many documents there. People are just selling our documents or get married, you don't know. I think there's an important briefing that we are waiting. We have conducted an oversight, Deputy Minister and the Director General recently, and members of the committee have raised issues in relation to the Tshwane Refugee Center, and I know that there's engaged. I think the report will talk to that. The SIU that is engaged in terms of issues that in the 6th administration we raised, also went to Lindela, and there were issues that I think will be engaging with the department, and also we conducted an unannounced visit to government printing works. And there are issues that the members of the committee will raise, but not in this meeting, or just flaking the issues that we're dealing with. I must focus on the issue of the Tshwane Refugee Center, Deputy Minister and the Director General, that Parliament communicate its program and the oversight work. All members of Parliament know that there's a period of the constituency, there's a period of oversight work. And the expectation is that the intention is to interact with the work that you're doing as political head of the institution. And I think we had to adjourn in the Tshwane Refugee Center because your official who was acting could not brief the committee on the details of the institution. And that is it was not welcomed by members of the committee. What is worse is that during our oversight, there was a meeting that was convened in Cape Town by the Minister of Home Affairs. And I think that is a matter that members of the committee have been pressed on it. We found it odd that the minister has convened a meeting whereas we're interacting on important oversight work. And I think it's a matter that we've raised it, and the committee, all committees must be respected when they conduct work. And we're not saying apologies are not taken, but the circumstances which is clearer that there's no appreciation of the engagement of the committee to account the work of the committee. So we found it odd that we could not proceed with the report because the meeting was convened in Cape Town. The Director General, you are not in attendance to that meeting in some of your DDG. But I think we need to note it, that the absence of the minister in the committee that we ought to engage is a concerning for members of the committee. We're going to deal with the items that have been communicated to you. And I'll allow Mr. Matuansi, if there are apologies, you indicate to us. And then I'll invite members if there are apologies, and Deputy Minister if there are apologies, and then we proceed to item number 3, 4, and then we'll deal with the issues, comments, or discussion after the 2 items have been presented to the committee. Mr. Matuansi.
Good morning, members. Yes, I do have an apology from the Minister of Home Affairs. I'm sure he's attending cabinet committees. And then there is an apology from Mr. Mukhale, and then Ms. Mutambi. Ms. Ballman and Mr. Dejana indicated that they will arrive late, but they are coming.
Is there any other apology? Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. From our side, we're happy that the apology of the Minister has been recorded. With me today, Chair, I have the DG, Mr. Tommy Makote, with the various DDGs. We have DDG for counter-corruption, DDG Moite. We also have DDG Mavuso, and also the acting DDG for immigration services, Mr. Matsaung. I'm sure you will have seen that the adverts have been out and they have closed for those positions, and we're in the process of filling those positions, and that is why Mr. Matsaung is acting. We've got DDG Sekama, who's a DDG for civic services. We've got the Chief of Staff from the Office of the Minister, Madam Lisa Walsa. We've also got Advocate Andre Kam, who's the PLO for the Minister. We also have Muzi Njogo and Luvuyo, who are also from our parliamentary consultation. They are also working in the office of the ministry, as well as Mr. Poshop. Mr. Poshop will be leading the multidisciplinary team in terms of their presentation. That is the team that we have with us here today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other matter, DM? Okay. Thanks very much. We will now move to the 3rd and the 4th item. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure, just for clarity, are we taking both items at once, or we're taking them both at once? Okay, thank you, Chair.
Check with members so I don't.
Okay.
Members, I think we're suggesting that we must take item number 3 and 4 at once.
Yes, Chair, seconded.
All right, thank you. DM.
Thank you, Chair. For now, I will request that I introduce the item that will be presented by the multidisciplinary task team. And before the team comes in on the second item, I will also introduce it. I think firstly, we are here with this presentation today because of our commitment that we made to uproot and deal with corruption in the environment in which we operate in within the Department of Home Affairs. The presentation that is going to be put up here today demonstrates years of experience, years of practical work in the ground to uproot corruption. The team that we see here today is a product of what we call the Lubisi Report, which we had commissioned at the beginning of the sixth administration, which really dealt with issues of corruption in the environment, particularly around the permitting unit. And I had indicated when we met with the portfolio committee in in the head office of Home Affairs that we have cleaned up to a larger extent, but we're going to display it here practical on how the process has been done. The team has been fully operational, Chairperson, since 2023, sorry. It has gone through 3.2 billion of data records, and that's a lot of data that they had to sift through to in order to observe patterns and deal with the issues. As I've indicated, the team is being led here today by the project director. The team had actually been given 25 focus areas which emanated from the ministerial committee report, which was the Lubisi Report. The team is actually meant to provide us with expert opinion on anti-fraud and risk prevention strategies. So they are not just there to deal with cleaning up the environment, but also to set up systems that will enable us to make sure whatever will have happened in the past does not happen again, which means we are not just dealing with the issue of action, but also prevention. We'll then also indicate the progress that has been made in as far as consequence management, because when you spend money to uproot corruption, there has to be consequences. People have to be held to account, and as such, we'll also deal with those issues through the report. I will then hand over to the project director to then take us through the presentation. We have various experts on various fields, Chair, which we will consistently call to present on various information so that the portfolio committee can benefit from the expert advice that we have sourced. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. Can DJ?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, TM, and honorable members and colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs. So Mr. Peter Bishop will take the committee through the report, but maybe before you do that, Mr. Bishop, if you can introduce the team.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, DG. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The team that will be introduced now are the experts and the leads and senior management of this multidisciplinary task team. I'll start with the CEO, Mr. Shakir Williams, to my right. Then the investigative director is Rose Bishop, or Rose Boatwright previously. The data analytics specialist is Mr. Warwick Meyer. And then the head of legal is Mr. Ricky Singh. Deputy Chair, with your indulgence, because we presented to the Portfolio Committee previously, and also this is really an update of the work, and because of the time allocation, I would ask that we skip the first 5 slides. The Deputy Minister has actually succinctly summarized exactly what those 5 slides speak to, and I would like to get to the substantive issues in relation to our investigations. So I will ask Mr. Meyer to start with slide 9 to 17. The referrals to law enforcement and other agencies will be by Rose Bishop. Consequent management from slide, and that will be 18, and then consequent management will be from 19 to 23, which will be Ricky Singh, as well as the SOP development, and then progress will be demonstrated by Rose, slide 24 and 27, as well as risk and governance. Then Labour Relations Directorate, contingent liability development of the business process and standard operating procedures will be by Ricky Singh again. And then finally, the targets for the financial year will be slide 31, which will be Rose, and I'll just do the closing. Thank you very much. I ask Warwick to please take the floor.
Okay. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members and delegates here. I've got it on. Mr. Bishop has indicated we're going to start on slide 9. Slide 7, it just gives you a great overview of the 25 focus areas. If you just go back 2 slides. There we go. The red areas are areas where we've already started work, and they're considered focus areas where we're doing deep dives into certain things. The ones with the yellow are areas where, due to the overlapping work within the investigations, one person's applications can cover a number of areas. The yellow areas have also been sort of commenced on as well. So from an overview perspective, most of the areas have been done. Some of them that haven't been done is just due to the pure volume of the information in those areas. We can go back to slide 9. The Deputy Minister has already touched on the 3.2 billion records. This is just an update on the previous slide that you've seen with similar information. It's a collection of raw data. There's billions of records, most of it obviously within the movement information that we get from the department. The problems with the information at this point in time, even though the department is working on modernizing, is a lot of it is disparate. It doesn't talk to each other. You've got to log into one system, get the information, log into another system, get the information. So therefore, when you're looking at one person, you don't necessarily get an overview of all the information. So if we go on to slide 10. So what we did as part of the MINCOM and in the MDTT is we've come up with a model, a single entity resolution tool, which we take those 3.2 billion records, break them apart into little pieces so that a person has a telephone number, has an address in all those little pieces. We take that apart, that's the entity resolution. We figure out how it works, we map it together, and we give you an end product. So when you're Googling, or not Googling, but when you're searching for a person, you get all his passport numbers, you get all his applications, you get all his movements, no matter which system he was operating within the Home Affairs environment. It's a good model. It unfortunately relates to about 10 billion pieces of information. So the volume of information is huge. This particular slide, a great overview slide. If you see abbreviations in our presentation, go back to this particular slide. It'll give you the viewpoint of how everything flows, but it'll also give you the names of the different databases that we are referring to. Okay, coming to some of the statistics and figures. Because Home Affairs doesn't necessarily capture all the information within an application, or the applicant doesn't capture it all, they put it on paper. Part of the work that we do from an investigation perspective is capture the relevant information out of those applications that wasn't there previously, i.e. doctors, radiologists, accountants, bank account details, all of those sort of pieces of information that are not necessarily coming out when you look at the actual data that you've got. On the basis of that information, across the different investigations, we've got it, and we'll touch on these some of these investigations a little later. There's definitive patterns and problems within the information that we've captured. We went and verified a whole lot of this information with doctors, radiologists, etc., and 117 came back with confirmations that they were fraud out of 1,967 applications looked at. It might seem like a small number, but the effort involved in doing that allows us to say 117 people shouldn't be here. It's the work around that. I think that's about. I will deal with the detail, the more specifics within the slides that come after this. Okay, so then based on the initial information that we collected, we identified the top 10 adjudicators that we'd seen across all of this information. And adjudicator 1, we did a small case study on them. And if you can see, they preferred a certain nationality, being Nigerian. But the more concerning part was the graph at the bottom, where you can see 2018, they did over 5,000 applications in 1 year, which if you do the math, means every 21 minutes they were processing an application. But every 21 minutes of every day, the whole year, not some days, every single day, which is it's not feasible. The amount of verification you need to go through to make sure that the application is correct. You weren't applying your mind when that process was done. To the net effect, we've extracted some applications from this adjudicator, compiled a pack, and I think it's due to be issued to the department for disciplinary and criminal action, if applicable. Okay, the next slide is a great slide full of pictures. In this particular slide, we're referring to an avenue in South Africa that has a number of properties that were demolished in 2013. All of these applications were from 2014 onwards. And the problem is there is no building there where these people say they were staying. There's also 75 on the top arrows. There's 75 addresses used that they've never existed. They don't exist at all. So in this particular space, what we are going to recommend is the applicants, once traced, be deported or be listed and possibly deported on the principle of providing false or fraudulent information. It is not an area where adjudicators are asked to check. So it's not something that we can do action against the Home Affairs officials, but we can make some small sort of inroads within the space of getting rid of immigrants that are in the country, either illegally or have used illegal means to be in the country. All right, study visas. This is a new area that we've sort of started as a focus area, those 25 focus areas that we started with. This is a new one that we're looking at. The first graph, you can see the drop-off to almost non-existent sort of count once the minister was, the previous minister was alerted to the fact that a directive was still in place which allowed people that were studying for something that was a critical skill to automatically get a critical skills visa. We alerted the minister, and as you can see from the information, the applications have dropped off. We've also identified within that space that some of those people used fraudulent documents. So once again, the similar action against the applicants, but maybe some action against the adjudicators if it was a verification that they should have been doing. In the second graph, this was reported on in the MinCom report. There's obscure names used or not applicable, or the person is doing a learn or learner course. It doesn't say what they're doing. Once again, the recommendation from the MinCom came, and you can see the number of applications with that sort of field being used has dropped off. So much so we didn't detect any in 2024. So looks like the department has fixed that particular area. But we are going to look at certain institutions here to see if they know of these applicants. And if they don't, once again, the same action to be taken against them. But as I indicated, this is a new area. So there's very little end products here, but the process is starting, and the legal sort of approach that you're going to hear just now will allow us to do a lot of actions within this space if we find fraudulent or wrongdoing in that space against the immigrants. Okay, the fraud slide, sorry. We've presented this to you before. I don't know if we've given you graphics on it before. We detected fraud within people's applications. Well, we didn't, the adjudicators did. Of that, 2% of those applications were still approved, even though the word fraud is mentioned in their comments. So obviously those 922 applications are a focus area. We want to see why they approved those applications. This is done on a data analytic process. So a computer says, I can see the word fraud. It doesn't mean the person, there is actually fraud. It could be that we have not detected fraud. Something like that. I'm not saying that that is the case. We're busy working through those applications and have definitively found some cases that will require further attention. what I found was more concerning as well is there's 51,000 that were rejected. But of that, almost 11,000 were subsequently approved in their follow-up applications. So from a Home Affairs perspective, we need to understand why those people were not V-listed if there was indeed fraud within their applications. So it's an area that we want to look at, where we're looking at workers' permits, business permits, spousal permits. It's across the board. So it's a very important area to look into those 11,000. Once again, the route followed by the legals you'll hear about now will help speed up the actions that we need to show the country and this committee. My last slide. This is just to show the effort, because I'm cognizant of, if I say we've done 58 referrals, you go only 58. 675 applicants led to 1,967 applications. In those 1,967 applications, we identified patterns across different doctors, different radiologists, different accountants. Those 1,967 applications adjudicated by 125 different adjudicators. Not all incorrectly. I mustn't say that there's 125 up there that need action against them, but there's 125 adjudicators. And from that, we've made 58 referrals to, I had to get the right wording here, sorry, to different, to the Directorate of Priority Crime and Investigations, the Special Investigating Unit, and in Home Affairs itself. We've referred certain things to different elements there. And then the last part that I'm going to talk about is we've also detected syndicates operating, where it almost looks like there's money laundering that is happening through some of the immigration agencies that are operating on the sideline of Home Affairs. Rose, I think it's your slide next.
Thank you, Warwick. Rose?
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated by Warwick, in terms of the approach that we follow, we commence with the data analytics. Once the data analytics identifies exceptions, the files are then obtained from the VAS system. They are analyzed and captured in various areas of category for each of the type of visa that we're dealing with. In as far as the investigations are concerned, the approach that we as the MDTT have taken is that there are 4 referrals. The referrals specifically relate to the referrals to the DPCI in respect of where we identify possible fraud, corruption that may have taken place. Any offence that points to the commission of a criminal offence gets referred to the DPCI. In other instances, the matters are also referred to the SIU. In as far as the referrals to the SIU is concerned, the SIU specifically in our interactions with SIU is to deal with the associated costs in terms of delisting and deportation, where there has been gross dishonesty or negligence on the part of the adjudicators. And the idea is that notwithstanding that we are referring the matters for criminal prosecution against the parties concerned, that we also start hurting the pockets of the officials, in that we find a mechanism to be able to recover those costs from the officials' pension funds based on the disciplinary and the outcomes of the disciplinaries. Then under the number of referrals to the Labour Department, this specifically relates to the misconduct that is identified. In certain instances, the disciplinaries commence while we finalize the matters relating to the investigations as well as the V listing and to be referred to the SIU, but it's to ensure that we have momentum in terms of our processes. And then the final referral, which is presently what we are busy with as the MDTT, is the number of applicants for V listing. So with regard to that, separate referrals are submitted as and when the evidence is available so that we can expedite action against the various parties. So in terms of the number of referrals to the DPCI, we've submitted 12, same to the SIU. The Labour Department, we've submitted 34 referrals. We've dealt with 123 applicants relating to 248 applications. Now, in terms of the number of applicants for V-listing, notwithstanding that Warwick has indicated quite a large number of applicants that we've identified for V-listing, in as far as the evidence is available, we're preparing for 156 to be V-listed. In terms of that, and my colleague, Mr. Singh, will go into more detail in relation to the V-listing, we are taking a sample of 15 to ensure that the process that we follow cannot be questioned in law, and that we are in actual fact successful in the approach that we take. In that regard, we have in actual fact assessed the number of cases that the DHA has lost previously in an attempt to do this. Cognizance has been taken of that. And from that point of view, we're trying to ensure that we alleviate any gaps that maybe have been experienced in the past. In as far as the MDT2 referrals are concerned, I think one of the issues that we just need to highlight, because obviously one of the questions is when are arrests going to be made? Now, in as far as our referrals to the DPCI, we've had several meetings with the DPCI. One of the biggest challenges that we experience as the MDTT, both in terms of the DPCI and the SIU, is that the perception is that there are original files held in the Department of Home Affairs. This is in actual fact not the case. All files are held on the Home Affairs database under the VAS system. So any information that is used for the investigations or referrals is obtained from VAS. In our meetings with the DPCI, they have indicated if we can assist them in getting a Section 212 affidavit, they will then they'll then be able to expedite the possible arresting. The 212 statement is just a statement that is made by a department official indicating that they are appointed in the department, they have the authority to access the department's systems, and that the information that is held on the system is accurate in as far as the information is concerned. So we will be having a further meeting with immigrations next week and then the DPCI and the SIU, just to ensure that there's a clear understanding of the process in terms of accessing of files, applications within the DHA. That's from the investigation point of view. Ricky? Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. If you can continue with the consequent management.
Thank you.
Slide 19.
Thank you, Chairperson, honourable members and colleagues. On slide 19, there are 2 points that I wish to raise as a points of significance. The first deals with the management of disciplinary matters, internal disciplinary hearings. When the MDTT was appointed and we evaluated how these disciplinary hearings were being managed, we noted one very significant contentious issue, was that employer representatives constantly raised the fact that the department had no legal right to appoint external chairpersons and no legal right to appoint legal representatives, external legal representatives in disciplinary hearings. And they based that argument for the last 21 years on a collective bargaining agreement that was signed in 2003. all chairpersons who were convening these disciplinary hearings very passively accepted this argument and denied the department the right. We had at one point 10 applications at the Bargaining Council challenging the department's right to appoint an external legal representative or external chairpersons. We then took one of those matters and we analyzed it, and the PSA then brought an application in the Labour Court to force us to retract our application to appoint an external chairperson and legal representatives to initiate the inquiry on behalf of the department. We opposed that application in the Labour Court, and I'm very pleased to announce that the Labour Court found in the department's favor. And the finding very simply said, the court determined that exceptional circumstances can justify a deviation from the resolution, that is not cast in stone. And the significance of this judgment is that 10 applications were drawn in the Bargaining Council. The PSA withdrew those applications and started engaging with the department on a different level now, understanding that in law, there was no basis for what was happening for the last 21 years. The second significance of that is that the one individual whom the PSA represented in the Labour Court, we subsequently initiated the disciplinary inquiry against him. He was found guilty of 105 counts of gross misconduct and dishonesty. And that official has been dismissed. Now, this has opened the gates for any public sector entity that is bound by this Resolution 1 of 2003 to exercise its rights to appoint external chairpersons and legal representatives in disciplinary hearings in exceptional circumstances. It also opens the way for a broader interpretation of collective bargaining agreements and not the very narrow and somewhat restrictive interpretations that have been in place since then. So that's the first one. The second point of impact I want to speak to on this slide is that when it comes to consequence management. So what happens to an official who's dismissed after, for example, 105 counts of gross misconduct, where clearly there was evidence of dishonesty and possible bribery and corruption? We have developed a strategy for the department to refer the matter to the SIU, and we are engaging with the SIU to bring an application via the civil court or bring an action in the civil court using the pension law to say, if you have caused the department to suffer financial losses, if I had to deport 100 people tomorrow, it's going to cost me money. I want that money back, and I want it back from the pension fund. So that is the process that we're busy engaging the SIU with now. We are allowed within law as a department to do that, and we will exercise that right under the direction of the DG. If we can move on to the next slide. This slide, the point that I want to make on this slide is just that the MDTT has instituted a very structured approach to managing and initiating internal disciplinary hearings. And that structured approach is monitored by our system. It is checked by our executives, and the reporting is done on a monthly basis to the department. So at any given time, the department and this committee can know exactly where we are on the management of all our disciplinary matters. We have had 6 guilty findings in this last financial year. Now, 6 may not sound like a lot, but those 6 matters all involved very complex, large volume transactions that were conducted by employees of the department in ways that were nefarious and which resulted in their dismissals and or alternative dispute resolution or progressive discipline or retraining or whatever. But as an example, the one matter that I referred to is 105 counts, which is really, really highly complex. But it puts an end to a practice by one individual that basically opened the floodgates for the illegal registration of births. Now, you can imagine what, if somebody is able to register a birth illegally, it immediately has an impact on the social welfare system. So the knock-on effect of just one matter is immense. We go on to the next slide. Here, I want to speak to another finding that we made in the MDTT, in that there were various court challenges to departments' attempts to deport unlawful individuals in the country. And those court challenges invariably led to some judicial criticism in the fact that the courts always found that there was a lack of fairness and transparency not for lack of trying, but for the fact that the sheer complexity of what you need to do to deport a person, to V-list and deport, is such that it requires immense attention to detail. So we sought a legal opinion and a second legal opinion, and we from there developed a strategy and the standard operating procedure to V-list and deport unlawful individuals, supported by a credible portfolio of evidence, so that should the department be challenged legally on a deportation, we have what's equivalent to a police docket that is available on hand with the credible evidence inside, where within 48 hours, if that person gets to court, there's no release from or no striking off the roll because there's no evidence available. The evidence is readily available. And that strategy is now being tested on 15 matters. And the reason we're taking 15 is we want to make sure that we iron out every detail in that, and we can finalize the SOP for a mass rollout in the new financial year. Chairperson, the key outcomes of that strategy will obviously be a very comprehensive strategy and an SOP to guide the department. It'll streamline detection and prosecution of cases, and it'll create an environment for scalability and long-term sustainability in future financial periods. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ricky. Rose?
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back in terms of the approach that has been taken by the MDT to ensure that we try and expedite and ensure value for money created, is in that we're looking at the low-hanging fruit, which will yield quick results. Because the idea is obviously that we need to identify fraudulent transactions, the adjudicators who are responsible in terms of the approval of the fraudulent applications, and then specifically to identify the illegal immigrants who action needs to be taken. Warwick did in his first, one of the first slides on page, I think 7, indicate that the various focus areas that we're dealing with. Now, within those focus areas, the focus areas may run across various focus areas and typologies in terms of V-listing. So the intention is obviously to ensure that we provide sufficient evidence, as Ricky indicated, in the shortest space of time. And the matters have been highlighted. In as far as the as we indicated, in as far as the Labour Relations Unit and the DPCI, we are working very closely with them. Then in terms of the MCS movements, and potentially we're looking at the sorry, it's the next slide, sir. In respect of the movement control systems, we've identified 34 officials that are associated with movements that where access has been granted, and the officials may not have the authority to, in actual fact, have approved. We are in the process of identifying. A lot of that is at the various borders, and obviously taking into consideration the complexities of the borders and the available information. We are trying to ensure that we deal with the borders where we can access information. In as far as I have dealt with the DPCI and the SIU, so if we can go to the next slide, please. As was explained by the Deputy Minister, one of the other areas of the MDT is obviously to consider the fraud and risk within the DHA, to ensure that we identify that, and then we can then put in processes and systems to manage the non-occurrence of those exceptions that are identified. Now, in terms of the matters under investigation, the MDTT have assessed all the existing policies within the DHA, and in a number of instances, we have in actual fact identified that the policies are not signed, or they may not have been reviewed on a regular basis. So one of our recommendations to the department has been that there has to be a revision of the said policies. In as far as the various systems are concerned, the MinCom reported it, and we have identified that within our own investigation as well, is the disparate databases, which obviously deals with, that leads to delays in service delivery. But further than that, in as far as the movement control system, not having the latest information to process foreign nationals at the ports of entry in South Africa. So the link between a person on the national population register and a person in immigration, in actual fact, doesn't exist. And in most instances at the borders, we're actually dealing with a paper trail, which makes it even more difficult in terms of trying to assemble the evidence. In terms of the next year SABNT report, a report was presented to the department. The MinCom had reported on the report as well to determine that there was no evidence that their recommendations in terms of that report had been implemented. This report is significant in that it deals with the national state security of the country. We have subsequently had a meeting with the IT department through the office of the DG, and there are processes in place at the moment within the department to ensure that those recommendations are in actual fact looked at and implemented. Then one of the biggest issues as well, obviously, and we picked up a lot of this during the COVID period, is the unauthorized entry into South Africa by non-qualifying and high-risk applicants. We have found that the most significant area where the fraudulent documentation is where the applications are processed after hours or weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. And obviously that begs to question, why is that being done, and why is that being allowed? In as far as the possible fraudulently obtained permanent residence permits, one of the key risks that we've identified there is that a number of applicants are applying for permanent residence then in addition to that, they also are applying for social grants. So one of the areas of concern is that there needs to be a comparative analysis in terms of the data held at Home Affairs vis-a-vis social grants, because effectively there's a double dipping by the applicants in terms of gaining of benefits within South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Ricky? Labour
Thank you,
Relations.
Chairperson. I'll speak to the matter of contingent liability with specific focus on human resource management and development. Very quickly, I can just summarize to say that in October of last year, after completing a comprehensive data analysis of all the registers that sit within HRM&D, pertaining to conduct, misconduct, and contingent liability, we made some very significant findings and recommendations to the department in October of last year. Since then, we have been further requested to develop a plan to address and verify the department's contingent liability within labor. We have presented that plan. The next slide. On the 8th of October. And if we go to the following slide, you will see that that plan consists of 10 phases which run concurrently. So the plan and the request that came from the department for the plan and the budget was presented. It is now sitting with the department, and we are waiting to go ahead and implement this process. All these phases running concurrently to produce a verified contingent liability register that is supported by portfolios of evidence, which can be tested by the Auditor General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Finally, the target.
Are we done with the presentation?
The last slide on the targets.
Chair, thank you very much. So in terms of the targets, as you're aware, there was an agreement that was entered into the between the MDT and the DG in respect of targets that the MDT was required to achieve within this financial year. Now, in terms of those targets, under the investigations, the target was that we had to identify 500 applicants, specifically for V-listing and deportation. At this stage of the game, we've actually identified 563, 156 in terms of 156 memos are presently being prepared to be submitted to the DG in relation to remedial action that needs to be taken in respect of those. Under the criminal investigation, but again, I'd just like to emphasize the criminal investigations, there are various referrals, as I previously indicated. Our target was 10. At the moment, we have an actual fact referred 49 to the various agencies, being the DPCI, the SIU, Labour, and as I said, the inspectorate is showing naught because we are in the process of preparing the 156. In relation to our disciplinary proceedings, our target was that we needed to deal with 28 disciplinaries within this financial year. At present, we've achieved 6, and in relation to those 6, we are awaiting sanctions. 9 are ongoing as we speak. So those just need to be finalized in terms of the processes. Then in terms of the visas and permits, obviously the target was 1, it's the preparation of the SOP. The SOP is now in a draft format as indicated by Mr. Singh, and is being presented to the department, and we're using that for the 15 example matters that we're going to be dealing with. We will then and we're also presenting it to the SteerCom on the 5th of November, obviously for consideration and guidance from the DG and his team. Thank you, Chair.
That concludes the substantial issues of the presentation, Chair. I just want to say thank you to the Office of the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Director General, and obviously also the important work is done by this committee and all the departments within the Department of Home Affairs that we are dealing with. And these are the key departments. It's not an easy investigation. As you can see, there's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of work that's gone in here to eventually get to these figures and to start making some tangible impact. Obviously, we're urgently awaiting this SOP sign-off, and because that will start dealing with the bigger numbers that are on the system and that can be dealt with. That will not be dealt with overnight because there are processes that will unwind or roll out after that in terms of the law to take its course to the next step of final agreement and deportation. So with that, Deputy Chairperson, I then ask that the contents of this presentation is noted by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the update and progress. I think members will interact with the report. DG, we are now going to invite you with the second presentation.
Thank you again, Chairperson. The next presentation, Chair, is from our Counter-Corruption and Security Services. And I think committee members had an opportunity, Chair, to interact with the branch during the visit to the Department of Home Affairs. And this presentation will be led by DDG Moetse. Over to you, through you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, DM, honorable members, DG and colleagues. Our presentation, really the contents, it will be the purpose, executive summary, DHA counter-corruption and fraud prevention strategy. We'll also talk to the strategic objectives, the branch structure, current APP, AOP, targets and past performance. We'll also talk to the investigation on hand and corruption in DHA, successes of the branch, challenges, projects or special assignments. The purpose to provide the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs with an overview of the branch counter-corruption and security services, placing particular emphasis on its strategy, performance, structure, and successes. We'll talk to the mandate of the branch is to prevent and combat corruption in order to protect and promote the integrity of the department, to ensure that DHA operations are concluded in a safe and corruption-free environment, as well as to safeguard all DHA employees, clients, and assets. We are saying that in order to eradicate this cancer, the department has adopted a zero-tolerance approach towards corruption and implemented the DHA counter-corruption and fraud prevention strategy and investigation policy. The strategy, furthermore, seeks to investigate all DHA officials who engage in unlawful activities and unethical conduct in breach of the department legislations, regulations, rules, policies, and procedures, effectively investigate and address the systemic and operational gaps that may expose the department to fraud and corruption, and ensure that consequence management and criminal prosecutions are taken against those involved in criminal activities. And on the next slide, really, it talks to the DHA counter-corruption and fraud prevention strategy. In the middle here, it will show that we really want to focus much on prevention and detection, investigations. On investigation, we're doing internal investigations, multi-agency approach investigations, where we deal with the Hawks, TPCI, and other agencies, and also the inspectorate part. And on the resolution part, it's where the disciplinary action are taken. This part, mainly it is not necessarily done by counter-corruption. It goes to HR, where they initiate disciplinary actions. We refer to other agencies, civil action and recovery, and also the review of internal controls. When we go to the next slide, the DHA counter-corruption strategy seeks to address the systemic and operational gaps that may expose the department to fraud and corruption. The strategy, as we have said, is anchored on 4 pillars. Under prevention, we conduct training and awareness initiatives where DHA employees are continuously sensitized on the consequences of misconduct. Face-to-face interactions are also undertaken with members of the public to address fraudulent transgressions, e.g., marriages of convenience, where we have seen a schedule of our SA citizens where they get into marriages of convenience. Also the registration of births of ghost children to claim SASSA grants, and in some instances to help foreigners to have their children on our system. And we also have preventative security. We ensure that the adoption and implementation of comprehensive preventative strategy, security approaches, which include fiscal security, information security, and personal security. In the space, we also conduct employee vetting and pre-employment screening. We're talking also there about compatible integrated system. The departmental priority is to digitize data, including all records, and fully implement implement integrated and automated processes and systems towards the creation of a paperless environment, which is more secured. I think we've heard on the presentation that our systems are really not talking to each other. You find VAS there, which is not talking to other systems. So we really advocate for integrated systems. And also we're looking at internal policies. Policies were developed to ensure that all employees and stakeholders are made aware of the department's overall anti-fraud and corruption strategies. And yeah, on slide 7, we also pick the pillar 2 of our strategy really talks to the detection. We review DHA business processes. These are undertaken continuously to identify possible vulnerabilities to fraud, corruption, and security breaches, and to recommend mitigating strategies for implementation. We also conduct data analysis from various DHA systems. Documents and reports are analyzed to determine fraud and corruption trend and risks within the department. Pillar 3, which talks to investigations. Allegations of fraud and corruption perpetrated by DHA officials are investigated internally. Multi-agency approach also invoked where the nature of matters under investigation warrant involvement of law enforcement agencies. The resolution pillar, which is the disciplinary action where evidence exists that acts of misconduct were committed. Such cases shall be handled in accordance with the relevant legislative prescripts and departmental disciplinary code and procedure. Referral to other agencies, we refer to DPCI, Hawks, and SIU. The next slide, slide 8, will really talk to the approved structure of the branch and capacity. Count of total posts for the branch is really 415. Funded post is 122, and field post is 117, and the branch is currently operating at 28% of the approved structure. When we see the 117 there, it's mainly security officers, as we know that DHA is a national key point, so there are a lot of places where we cannot use outsourced security services. So in this, we are using security officers that are appointed. When we go to slide 9 will talk to AOP targets for 2024-25. We have a target there of 50% of backlog cases finalized within 90 working days. We'll see when we go to the APP target where we're having a target of cases investigated. And we are mindful of the fact that there are cases that will be left behind. So we are having a target as AOP. So for this quarter, 71.4% was attained. And currently we only have 3 backlog cases on hand. And we're also having an AOP target of 18 internal awareness initiatives conducted and 12 external awareness initiatives conducted. For the midterm performance, we conducted 44, 29 internal and 15 external. We also do 2 trend analysis conducted, and that was conducted. We also do 20 follow-up reports concluded where TRAs were previously conducted in terms of the minimum information standards. We also do drills where we ensure that our offices are operating as per required standards of the safety and security. So we were supposed to do 20 drills for the 2 times, so we have conducted 37, which is overachievement. 20 security awareness and training sessions held, we conducted 31. 20 functional security committees held at head office and provinces. We've conducted 12 of those. On the next slide, it talks to our APP target. So we have a target on 8 business process review to be conducted. These are conducted as advised by the trend analysis, to check the root causes of cases under review, to ensure that we check the causes of what causes corruption. And we conducted 8 of this. So, and we have a target of 80% of reported cases of fraud and corruption to be finalized within 90 working days. And for the midterm, we did 85.3 of those. 20 threat and risk assessments conducted, 30 were conducted, 210 vetting files referred to SSA. We referred to 237. And on slide 11 really is statistical data, past and current investigations. From April 2022 to September 2024, 727 cases have been investigated. A breakdown of cases investigated for each financial year is as follows. 2022-23, we investigated 291 cases. 2022-23, 304 cases. 2024-25, so far, 122 cases have been investigated. Successes of the branch. A multidisciplinary approach was implemented after the branch counter-corruption and security services received a tip-off from the whistleblower that foreign nationals are getting South African passport through the process of photo swap. A photo swap happens where a South African identity holder colludes with a foreign national and DHA official. Both will visit the Home Affairs to apply for a South African passport. During the process, the corrupt official will capture the photo of the foreigner so that the passport is issued bearing the picture of the foreigner with the details of the South African citizen. The kingpin in this space targeted the offices in White River, Mpumalanga, Practitioner in Limpopo, Zanin, Maponya Mall, in Gauteng, Benoni, Germiston, Roodepoort, Port Elizabeth, Clary Park. In the Eastern Cape, we targeted Queenstown, KZN, Ndwendwe, Commercial, Richards Bay, Cape Town, Western Cape, Belleville, and Botterville in the Free State. And the data analysis uncovered the involvement of South African citizens, officials, and foreign nationals in the unlawful processing of South African passports at different Home Affairs offices, as mentioned. This happened during the day and in some instances at night. And further multidisciplinary investigations were conducted and the following successes were recorded. On this, we are having there an official, the kingpin that was found at the Krugersdorp office was a member of the public, was convicted to 18 years imprisonment. We have an official there who is stationed at the White River in Mpumalanga, was dismissed and sentenced to 10 years. And this official also, the asset forfeited some of his pension fund because of the money that he benefited was calculated, and the asset the money was forfeited. In Queenstown, we have an official who was convicted to 4 years, and again in Queenstown, an official was sentenced to 4 years, dismissed. And in Ndwendwe, we have an official there that was convicted to 26 years, Richard Bay to 22 years, and Maritzburg, we have an official that was convicted to 10 years, and we have him 4 years for the four member of the public that were working with the official on top here, the Matebula. So the members of the public were convicted to 4 years each. And the Clary Park, the official was dismissed and sentenced to 5 years. And on the slide 15, we are having officials there from Benoni that were also part of the syndicate. They were dismissed, but the cases are still awaiting trial. And we have one official in practice here who was dismissed. Cases are still awaiting trial. And the Zanin syndicate also awaiting trial. However, from the department, we have dismissed them. The disciplinary processes took place and they were dismissed. And also on the awaiting trial, we can safely say that we are aware that the Hawks are still working on this because they are also still obtaining evidence that is still outstanding from us, and the matters are really, some of them on the court roll. Also, slide 16, we are having the ones that were in Cape Town. The officials, they were dismissed, and the cases are still awaiting trial. In Botterville, we had 2 officials, and they were dismissed also, awaiting trial. I think on this, we have 27 officials that were dismissed all in all. And on slide 17, this is convictions relating to other transgressions that are also noteworthy. We had a Bangladeshi national that was arrested at Dundee for facilitating fraudulent registration of births and for bribing the DHA investigator to turn a blind eye. The foreigner was found guilty and sentenced on the 18th of September 2024 to a fine of 15,000 or 15 months imprisonment. A further 5-year imprisonment sentence was suspended for 5 years. The criminal case against the South African citizen has been postponed to 4 November 2024. The Tutuka Nene, who was stationed in KZN, was dismissed and arrested on 10 March 2023 for registering ghost children on the National Population Register. The official pleaded guilty and was fined 10,000 or 18 months imprisonment, suspended for 5 years. We have Amos Ngwenyama, who was employed at the DHA Malamulele office, arrested on 8 December 2021, was sentenced on 19 April 2024 by the Guyana Specialized Commercial Crime Court to 14 years direct imprisonment for issuing fraudulent birth certificate to a Zimbabwean national. The official received 1,000. Another person acted as an intermediary was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment for a fine of 6,000. We have on slide 18, a former mobile operator at Witbank office was on 22 May 2023 sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment by the Witbank Regional Court. He captured 132 late registration of birth application without any source document. And on the Bushiri matter, we have a CD who was initially dismissed. Further, on the 13th of September 2023, the chairperson handed down a sanction of dismissal in respect of the 4 officials that are mentioned here. And again, on the 17th of October 2024, Advocate Amanda Lidwaba, the Director Central Law Enforcement, was dismissed for fraud and abuse of power. On slide 19 there, we're talking of cases investigated against DHA and DECO officials stationed at foreign missions. Counter-corruption and security investigators visited a mission in Accra, Ghana, to investigate the unlawful processing of visa applications by an official who was on assistant director level. The matter was referred to EE and subsequently to MDT for DC. And the officials in Beijing, China, also CCS investigators visited the above mentioned mission to investigate the unlawful processing of intra-company transfer visas by 2 officials. The matter was referred to EE and subsequently to MDT. 1 official was dismissed and 1 resigned. High Commission Tunisia, counter-corruption also visited the mission, where officials from DECO issued study visas to 95 Libyan nationals who were arrested in Mpumalanga for undergoing security training. The foreigners were already deported to their country of origin. Case was referred to DECO for further handling as the official was a DECO official. On slide 20, we also have current investigations where Bethlehem official received 10,000 for facilitating a passport for a foreign national who stole the identity of a South African citizen. And Kofi Fontaine official registered several births of which no records could be traced. Bochabelo official tampered with DNA results to enable the registration of foreign birth. I think the cases that are here is what we are currently working on. We can go to slide 21. It also talks to the cases that we are working on. interest, Chairperson, the SIU project relating to refugee reception centers raided on 17th of May 2024. The investigation and analysis is underway at SIU. I think the Deputy Minister was briefed on the progress, and there is really good progress going on. And the request to also bring this project was received late, so SIU could not prepare themselves. However, we are receiving progress reports. And also the department also acknowledges the long-established history of collaboration and joint investigations with the DPCI, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Hawks, because most of the successes is in collaboration with the law enforcement. On slide 23, from April 2022 to September, 234 cases involving 310 officials have been referred to employee engagement to consider instituting disciplinary action against officials involved in acts of misconduct. A breakdown of each financial year is as follows. For 2022-23, 107 cases referred involving 137 officials. 23-24, 82 cases. 24-25 so far, 45 cases involving 61 officials. When we go to slide 24, the following feedback was received regarding 223 cases that were referred to employee engagement between January 2022 and May 2024. We recorded dismissals there, 80 dismissals, cases still in progress that are at DC level. We are having 46 resigned, official that resigned in the process. We are having 18 cases transferred to BMA. We are having 20. Just to explain here, counter-corruption is still assisting BMA with investigations since BMA do not have their own investigators. So once we do this, we refer this to our employee engagement, and these ones were referred to BMA. And we have 17 final written warnings. We have 13 that were found not guilty, and 14 that was a lack of evidence to institute misconduct proceedings. Suspension without pay, we have 9 sanctions not yet delivered. We are having 4 initial verdict, over 10 not guilty. We have 1 demoted, we have 1 deceased, we have 1. The last slide, 25, challenges there. We are saying our main challenge is the lack of capacity. The branch is currently operating at 28%, as mentioned, of its approved staff establishment, which inhibits the branch to do more awareness programs, implement prevention measures, e.g., i.e. the big data analytics, and reduce the time frame to finalize investigations. As we've said, currently we conduct investigations within 90 working days. Slide 27 talks to projects and special assignments. On this one, we worked on a project that involved traffic registration numbers issued by the Department of Transport. In this one, DHA received information relating to the issuing of TRNs at Buckley West Traffic Office in Northern Cape. The initial allegation referred to 973 TRN documents that were registered at this office between 1st April 2019 and 31st May 2019. The numbers were alarming given the period, the size of the population in comparison to the nearest office, Hartswater, which only issued 120 TRNs during the same period. As an explanation, TRN is the main identification number accepted for road traffic transactions for foreign nationals on the National Transport Information System, INATIS. A foreigner not yet registered on the INATIS who wants to buy or register a motor vehicle in South Africa must produce a foreign identification document that has to be introduced onto the system, provided that he has a valid passport, driving license, or a travel document that provides proof that he is in the country legally. Further records were requested, and 1 million 72,258 were received from RTMC for the period 1st January 2000 to 31st July 2023 for analysis and verification of TRN holders on DHA systems. Outcomes of analysis: foreign nationals are using false identity during their stay in the Republic without verification from Home Affairs, which is the custodian of information on the legal status of everyone in the country. Majority of TRN holders did not appear on DHA systems due to fraudulent documents submitted when applying for TRNs. The Department of Transport, these are some of the recommendations, and this was discussed really with the Department of Transport, that the Department of Transport should partner with DHA in order to establish a secure link for verification of the validity of identification documents used to apply for traffic numbers. We are saying a presentation was made to EXCO and between DHA and DOT former ministers. The matter was referred to SIU for further investigation. As part of the suite of measures with immediate impact, the DHA and DOT have agreed to do the following: admin marking the TRNs identified in the analysis conducted by DHA, centralization of the issuance of the TRNs as outlined in the body of the presentation, and integration of the INATIS system with DHA system remains critical. And also we conducted the project on study visa. And during the period 2021 to 2023, CCS received a number of allegations regarding the issuance of study visas, where it was alleged that foreign nationals are changing their visa status from visitors visa to study visa through fraudulent means. To ascertain the allegations, an analysis was initiated on the study visa application processes with 24,608 records received for analysis. Anomalies in the study visa issuing process were identified and referred to Directorate investigations for further processing. A presentation was made to EXCO with recommendations. Consultations were held with the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the case was referred to SIU, where we identified officials to be charged. And on this, really, we as the first presentation explained, that the main challenge is verification of documents, where our officials are not verifying documents that are there. And we have recommended the utilization of blockchain for document verification, and optical character recognition to ensure that at least the system can identify these documents that are fraudulent. So we are really on our project, we gave detailed recommendations on what needs to be done, and we are working with business and partnering also with other countries to benchmark on what is being done to ensure that we improve our processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the two presentations. Members, this is the update by the Department of Home Affairs. So we're going to assist facilitating the interaction. When I've switched on the red light, it's an indication that you must conclude. So I don't want to disrupt members. I'm just because I know there are a lot of issues that will be arising from the two reports. We'll then, after that, request the DG to respond and also delegate the team, and the team that's led by Mr. Boshoff in the manner that we've been delegating. Then after that, to request the Deputy Minister to wrap up the responses. Things how will facilitate the session. I'm inviting members to comment and raise a question. I'll start here, and then we move to Honorable Rose, we move to Honorable Bolman, we move to Honorable Manti, yeah. Maybe the second one, we move to Honorable Kojana, and the last will be Honorable Techana. Are we starting here at Honorable Disemza and Honorable Mtolo in that sequence?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me firstly appreciate both presentations that were presented to us this morning. Chair, before I get to comments and the questions that I want to ask, there's an issue that you mentioned, or the issue with regard to apologies, and you never afforded us an opportunity to interact with the apologies earlier when we were dealing with them. You went straight into presentations. I think as a committee would have dealt or would have spoken in 2 or 3 meetings with regard to the absence of the minister attending these portfolio committee meetings. I think Chair, now it has gone beyond us just commenting in a committee. I want to recommend and propose that we should now write officially to the leader of government business with regard to the minister not taking the work of the portfolio committee serious. I do not want to make comparisons, but I'm tempted to do that. In the previous time, on the previous term, the committee members who were there, you would know that we had an executive, the minister and a deputy minister, who attended the work of the portfolio committee regularly without fail. And on times where they would not necessarily be able to attend, it will be on really extreme or reasons that are understandable. The chairperson earlier would have made mention of the fact that we would have been embarking on an oversight visit where we visited one of the institutions of Home Affairs, and we could not get a proper presentation due to the fact that the persons that were responsible for that were not in attendance. And that also speaks lengthily to the issues that these reports have provided us with. And unfortunately, we have not been able to get the facts also from the institution that we had visited. So I want to recommend, Chair, that we then should consider writing to the leader of a government business. This behavior is totally unacceptable. Chair, I think on the 2 presentations, we need to commend and acknowledge the great work that has been done by the teams. We appreciate the decision that would have been taken in the previous administration by the minister to establish the Lubisi team and subsequently to the MDTT team. The update reports really do provide a progress that have been made on issues that we would have also been concerned of. And we appreciate the dedication and the efforts that you are indeed putting in ensuring that we cap these ills that are taking place in the department. Safe to say that the issuance of these fraudulent identity documents are really of great concern. And really they hamper much into the security of our country. The report is really clearing. When you look at the numbers, especially when a presentation on the data analysis that has been made, that we have over 2-3 billion data that had to be looked at. And when you look at it, you can see that there's really serious wrong activities that are taking place in the department. My worry though is that on those that are being pursued or those that are being identified to have done these wrongs, there may seem not to be much prosecution taken against them. Some of the slides would have made mention of the dismissals that will take place and subsequent to that officials resigning. It is worrying, and the question there is that after official has resigned or a disciplinary process would have dismissed that official, does it end there? Is there a way or is there any other action that has been taken against those officials to be prosecuted or to be taken further or to be charged a criminal, taking into consideration the evidence that the team will be able to pursue and look at and be able to gather and identify? Some of the slides would have also made mentions of the policies that are not being regularly being reviewed. What I would want to ask the team is that provide us with some or specifics of those legislatives that will empower us as well as a parliament to be able to look at, because We would have identified also in the past that there's a lot of gaps or weaknesses in the legislation on how we are processing immigrants or people who are coming in and out of our country. But if the team can be able to help us and identify those specific policies that or legislations that we may need to look at that will assist making sure that processes are done smoothly or we prevent some of these ills. Now that this work has been done for the past 2 or 3 years, I just want to check, were you able to gauge now the attitude or the behavior of the officials in the departments, the patterns? Is there any impact since the work has been done and we are seeing the results on paper and it's good? But in terms of these activities taking place in the department, is the volume still the same, or is there some way that you are able to identify that some of these fraudulent activities that are perpetrated by the officials within the department? Because that's where we are greatly concerned. We will not stop citizens or members from outside countries wanting to enter into our country fraudulently. But the enablers of that, it is those that are dealing with the system, and it is the people, officials inside. So our worry is that we need to focus there more and ensure that preventative measures take place within the system itself. Then the law enforcement will be able then to deal with those that are on the outside. On the issues, also to check the cooperation between the Home Affairs and DERCO. We understand that some of it is not individuals who are also doing these fraudulent activities. It may be syndicates that are working together, taking into consideration of members who are working at DERCO. Is there any cooperation between the Home Affairs and DERCO in ensuring that you tighten the systems with regard, particularly with regard to the issuance of visas? I've taken keen interest on the slide that spoke lengthily about the study visas. There seem to be a great number of activities, so there may be a gap or weaknesses in the issuance of study visas. When we were doing an oversight in the Immigration Center, I had to interact with some of the members who are there. One mentions that their permits are not renewed, and I asked, what's your permit for? She says she's studying in South Africa. And I asked, what are you studying? They could not tell exactly what course they are doing. I further engaged with them. Which institution? She tried to guess what institution, and you can tell that it's an institution that does not exist. But the fact is that a person is here now, is in the country, and she's holding a permit, a study visa, a permit. Now it says there's a lot of, or there's a great weaknesses with regard to that, and I would want to urge the team to look into that issue or issuance of study visas. The presentations, both of them, did not make mention of the impacts on budget. If you can be able to take us greatly into the budgeting on doing this work, what impact does it have on a budget? What budgets do you have? How much resources are in disposal to yourself, and were you able to utilize them effectively? And so I would end there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to the colleagues and the department. I want to welcome the report, Chair. I have some questions, Chair, here and comments. I have a question to Lubisi Report. Can you tell us here on the Lubisi Report, what are the reasons for the employee withdrawal cases, the beginning chamber? And question number 2, whether the MDTT or Home Affairs is working with other countries to deal with the syndicate, that's linked onto corruption in Home Affairs. To Home Affairs, maybe Chair, Home Affairs, in most of cases, there is a problem of this ID book. Maybe Home Affairs must fast track this issue of ID book. Ukuthi mhlambe i-process yakhona ukuthi all people must have this card. Must prioritize the card. All South African must have card. Maybe there is gonna be a difference. It's a comment, Chair must have that fast track of that card, wonke umuntu abe ne-card, mhlambe because all cases we have that photos put to other ID. Maybe if all people must have this card, kungangcono kakhulu. I have a question to corruption, Chair. What is the impact of the intervention within the implementation of pillars on the decline of criminal activities within Home Affairs or the increase in the level of detention of the criminal syndicates? The Provincial report that is operating at 28% of its staff establishment. What is impact of the staff shortage to the branch, and what interventions does the branch require to at least acquire to reasonable complement of the staff? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Namtolo. Honorable Machi. Is Honorable, sorry, I'm jumping, Honorable Nguman.
You jumping, Chair?
Sorry, Honorable Nguman.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks, Chair. We can see again the case, Chair, for it's becoming stronger, the case by the Minister for digitization of the department. As you heard when the team was presenting, the case becomes more stronger and stronger that the manual work is the cause of all what they found out. But before that, I think I would like to compliment as well. The presentation was excellent from both teams. So the case is becoming stronger, the one for digitization and integration systems not talking to one another, as well as the pockets of database sitting all over. So in that comment, Chair, for that digitization case, if the DG or the team of the DG, they can give us or send to us the bigger, it could be like the project plan or the digitization project, like a bigger picture plan of the timelines of that digitization project. But sometimes we have a tendency in South Africa to keep on speaking about its digitization for ages. And the examples are of IFMS, which we spoke about it till the cows come. Until today, we have an expenditure of 400 million where there's no digitization. It will be fruitful if we can get the project plan with the time frame of the digitization, so that we know where we are, what are the plans of time frames, and how is that digitization project is going to be rolled out. So that will assist us because everything they've presented today rotates around that. So the team, if possibly, would understand that the team for the Lubisi project, because I saw when we were doing the oversight visit, the DG mentioned that this counter-corruption department is still new. It came with him. If you can understand that, when did the Lubisi report happened, and when did the counter-corruption department within the Home Affairs was formulated? Because I see some, if these entities existed at the same time, I see like a hop on another one where this one, while this one was present doing the work, this one would have transferred most of the findings to make the work of the other easy. Because I see the mentioning of SOPs, business cases, and you find that this team of the counter-corruption will now start to reinventing the wheel again of looking at what this Lubisi team has been identifying on its investigation of the lapse in business cases and standard operation procedures. If possibly, if they existed parallel, was there probably a handover to the internal team that does counter-corruption so that the internal team's work will be made easy. And then the team Lubisi report, you spoke about that on the data analysis. You did a scan on the word fraud. I couldn't understand that. Were you trying to ascertain how many fraud was happening on the 3 million data that you've collected? Because that one I couldn't get clear. To me, I don't know whether someone who's doing fraud will write in the data says, I'm doing fraud or what. If you can clear out that, why were you scanning for the word fraud? What were you trying to get from that? So that I know probably, because I don't see someone with these complicated home affairs, pockets of work working on the sides. Someone would just tell you that I'm doing what I'm doing. So that's the part, as I've mentioned, Chair, this internal project, it could work well if there's a transfer. The whole of this Lubisi project would help to be a mini internal permanent project within the department. So that if that could relate, because you can see they're doing what they were doing. So if we can have that, and then the highlight again, Chair, is of this experience we're seeing on the BMA. It's a BMA, the Mercedes that you do, and then you then take off the wheel of the Mercedes, a nice drivable car, but you park it there, you take off the wheel. Here is DG was there when you're doing oversight. I even complimented DG that this is a good department you formulated. It's only that it's not being spoken so much about it. It's a good a department of counter-corruption, but it's a similar exercise as a BMA chair, where you've got this good thing, but you underfund it. This one is undercapacitated, operating at 28%. These people will be overloaded with work. You won't get the results you're expecting with such a, I think the honorable member has mentioned that. You won't get the good results with such undercapacitation. It's a similar exercise with the BMA. Good model, good work, but the moment you're undercapacitated, it's a fruitless work as well. The official mentioned that they were cases that they sent to DERCO. Is there a home affairs work activities that is done by DERCO, or is it a shared experience? I know that overall, even internationally, home affairs and DERCO, sometimes they share offices, and then there are assets that they share. But she spoke about that there is a work that the official of the DERCO was doing in relations to the home affairs. If we can understand that part, possibly if it exists, that a DERCO can do a home affairs job. As well as lastly, the cases that you offloaded to other entities. You spoke about cases that BMA is still processing them, as well as those that the DERCO. When you then offload those work to those entities, are you doing a follow-up of how far are they becoming conclusive of those DC or all that work? Or you just pass them off and forget about it, whether they get concluded or not? Because it's a prohibition. It's a problem that affected home affairs. So even up until the conclusion, you need to know what happened with the case that was done by BMA. Has it been concluded? What are the disciplinary process of that? So I think that as well, we need to know how far are you following up to keep track of all those cases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Manchi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to colleagues and our respective officials led by the DM. The other first speakers have said something which was also relevant to what I was going to say. But I can't just keep quiet in relation of the absentia of the minister. Thank you, TM, that you're always with us, but it's a very serious concern now. It's unfortunate for you, Chairperson, that you are serving in a very, you are heading a very crucial department. The Home Affairs is the heart of our country. Home Affairs, the heart of the whole nation. When we are talking about the Home Affairs, starting from the child while still in the stomach, you're talking about the Home Affairs, you are at work, Home Affairs in any kind of work, the doctor, Home Affairs. So it's very unfortunate. I'm not saying you've got to run away, but it's a lot of challenge. Right, it's very unfortunate, Chairperson, that when the public is saying there is a lot of corruption in Home Affairs, is saying there's a lot of corruption in Home Affairs, of which these corrupt activities are done by the officials which are supposed to be supporting or defending this department. We can see that actions are taken as consequence management, but it's still much to be done to send lessons to those who are still thinking of doing it. When an official has been found guilty and decide to resign, what happened to the case? Is that end of all? Or even if she is dismissed or he is dismissed, is that end of it all? Related to the targets of which they are not being met, maybe if we can just be told or to made aware how those ones are going to be dealt with. When we were out, we've seen that there were those group of people who were shouting to us, saying that they don't have, they are hungry, they don't get enough food, of which that food is taken from the allocation of our country. They are not budgeted for. And I did hear others saying, hey, this is too little. If they're saying two slices of bread, from which bread were they going to be given? And when it comes to the medication, which money, from which budget? So when it comes to these renewals of permits, which he used to say the outstanding, I think it's need to be scrutinized thoroughly before you renew them, because it might happen that they did receive them wrongly during the first point. That will minimize maybe this exodus of them coming down to South Africa. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Martin. Honorable Ngoben.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone in the House. I have perhaps two questions. The first one was with the MDTT. You spoke about the discovery of officials who were able to access the premises of Home Affairs over weekends outside of the hours. Can you just elaborate on how the department is mitigating this? In other words, how are we making sure that these insider threats to the department don't persist and don't carry on? And then the DG, I think, spoke about this issue of the photo swaps. We have seen various social media, it's actually become a joke when they show a photograph of a certain person who, and for lack of a better expression, whose photograph and their name, I mean, you can just pick it up that they don't correlate. It's become a joke. And so I just want to get a sense from yourself as to, and I know you spoke to it, but I'm not sure if I was out when you were elaborating on your efforts to stop that from continuing to happen. In other words, is there a way that a system can pick up somebody's photograph, given that the identity of myself, for example, that there is a match between my face and my name in some way? Or for example, if there are Lerato Ngobenis and there are 500 Lerato Ngobenis, is there a way in which the system identifies those 500 faces and says, these are the faces of the Lerato Ngobenis that exist? If my question is clear. And then there was once a question that we had asked, and this is just, a question I want to ask in relation to some of the cases that you're dealing with, particularly of fraud. We had raised this question to the minister regarding Chidima Adechina's mother having obtained her identification in South Africa fraudulently. I just want to get a sense from you, because when we asked the minister this question, in his reply, he had indicated that that travel, particularly her ability to have traveled to Nigeria for that contest, the minister said that that case was under investigation. Can you just can we get an update on the status of the initial investigation that was mentioned to the portfolio committee? And also, what is the current status of the investigation into the mother's travel to Nigeria? And also, where are the both of them, Chidima and her mom at the current moment? Thank you.
Thank you, Onongweni, Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chair, and allow me also to appreciate the progress of the teams that are working on this investigation, a very important investigation. And it's good to see that there's claiming back from the employees' pension fund, that there's some sort of a compensation coming back to the Department of Home Affairs. So to start off with, there was mention that there's criminal charges being pursued on officials, including some members of the public. And some examples are given. But there seems to be an inconsistency. So some people are prosecuted with the full might of the law, and other people, it's like, oh, you're dismissed, goodbye. So two of the names, well, the one name is there, although it's not mentioned in a criminal prosecution. But have there been criminal charges against the former Director of Appeals and the Chief Director of Permits? I didn't see it on that list, and if not, why not? And what explains this inconsistency? Why are some people just dismissed, and why are some people prosecuted? Because if you break the law and you're dismissed for breaking the law, you've broken the law. It's a criminal offense. Then, what has always concerned us, I think, in this committee a lot is the fact that we had an investigation and it's been going on for quite a while, but those persons are still employed in the department. So I just want to understand slide 17. I think you mentioned 58 referrals and then 125 adjudicators. Just to refresh me, so are there 125 adjudicators still being investigated? Or is that 125 were investigated and there were 58 referrals? And Chair, it seems like a high number. If I look at the annual report, there's only 655 staff in immigration affairs as a whole. So if you've got 58 people now, if 125 are being investigated, that's about 20 to 25% of all officials in the entire immigration services that are now on here. So I just want to understand those figures a bit more clearly. Are the 125 being investigated? Because it seems like a big number. And I think an important question as well on that slide 17, there's a diagram of interrelationships between stakeholders. It talks about syndicated behavior across adjudicators, applicants, and applications of an immigration agency linked to money laundering. So my question there is whether specific kingpins have been identified. And I'm talking specifically about third-party expediters as well. So it used to be that if you wanted to expedite applications or receive applications or let's say chase them up, you would have to belong to FIPSA. You'd have to, and then that suddenly disappeared from the law. And now you have a Nigerian person that can assist persons with visas and so on and so forth. So my question here is, did the MDTT pick up any trends in this regard? That these third-party expediters who magically get you your document in a week? And clearly that cannot be legal. It cannot be really possible. Are there trends in this regard? And have there been kingpins that have been picked up in specific in that analysis? Then in terms of the recent report of the informal Greyville Home Affairs Office that was undertaking clandestine home affairs, illegal marriages and spousal visas, etc. Did any of this come up in the research, or is this as a result of your work? Then I think I've been covered in terms of whether the single entity resolution tool is going to be used within the department by the data analysis team in counter-corruption. I think I've been covered with that question. The other question is, now we found that persons now have fraudulently issued documents. So my question to the department is, obviously, if they try and apply again, they're going to be flagged. Is there a consideration with the modernization project of some sort of a e-verification system? Because at the moment, while they have that document, as long as it hasn't expired, there's no way to check that thing's been flagged as illegal, specifically for employers and so forth. They have to take that document at face value. So is there an e-verification system being considered as part of the modernization? And then finally, I've certainly picked up a trend, and persons approach us every single day of persons saying, I'm being extorted for money, or somebody saying, if you don't pay me this, then your application won't go forward. And the challenge is that they don't want to report it, because if they report it, they will feel that their application will be prejudiced. So my question is, what is the mechanism that's available for persons to report this kind of extortion and corruption without their application being prejudiced? That's it. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to both the MDTT and counter-corruption for your reports. This one, I suppose, would go to both, because I understand that the MDTT are working on a specific project, but I also have noticed that there's some similarities, especially with both counter-corruption and yourselves talking about the same aspects. Are there overlaps between both the MDT and counter-corruption? If yes, what can be done to ensure cohesive action for a faster resolution? The second question I have is, Warwick, you mentioned that you needed to cross-reference systems. Obviously, that is working in quite a cumbersome environment, and it does take a lot of time. What is being done to streamline the systems so as to avoid working in this method? And then thirdly, given the magnitude of the issue and assuming there is still corruption happening, how does both the MDTT and counter-corruption prioritize cases? Do you focus on the older matters, or is there capacity to deal with the older cases while also working on the newer matters as they come to light? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. My apologies for coming in a few minutes late. And good morning to the department also. We certainly do appreciate the report, some revelations in here that we can appreciate that it is moving along. Before I start with the MDT, I would just like to ask a question, follow-up question from what Honorable Ngobeni had asked, that if Ms. Adenchena has acquired a South African ID fraudulently, and she has then traveled to Nigeria on a Mozambican ID. What does that make the Mozambican ID? How is it valid? But moving on to the MDT, the Lubisi report, Mr. Warwick Mayer, as the lead in the data analytics, what I'd like to ask is, what is it that you need to expedite your work, sir? Because when we look at the graphs, we see there's 3.2 million hits of data that was collected. And of course, the data must be scrutinized over and over and over again. And I'm going to come back to the question I asked the DG about the students in the Northern Cape that have data science degrees from Sol Plaatje University. And one of them have even gone as far to acquire a master's degree in data science. So I would like to find out from the lead analyst of data, if you require those students to assist or what else you need, because obviously the data helps us. Then on the 117 potential fraudulent applications that were processed, even though they were flagged for fraudulent activity, I'd like to know those medical, radiological, and accounting firms, including educational institution letters. Does this mean that those firms are also committing fraud, or is it that those firms' names were used in fraudulent papers? Then the slide 15 was talking about these foreign nationals that are studying towards a critical skills degree, diploma, certificate, and then they can acquire a critical skill visa. So my question is, how many South Africans are studying towards a critical skill compared to the foreign nationals? On slide 16 also, the 11,000 applications that were still approved, even though the adjudicators, there was fraud detected there. That's the 2% they speak of. Is it possible to trace those 11,000 people who were still approved? Because it says there, these are worker permits, business permits, and spousal permits. Those are the top three. Is it possible to trace those people or trace them back to the businesses that they said they would then come and work for in South Africa? And then again, can we just have a simple example perhaps of the syndicate operations you talk of on slide 17, where it says the syndicated behavior across adjudicators? And then for slide 20, what do you mean by progressive discipline? Is this part of the recovering fees that you talk about that was lost due to that person's misconduct, or is it interpreted otherwise? The officials also that authorize movement without any authority, that we've also heard of at BMA when we visited them. In a physical sense, how is that being dealt with in real time? And then also just what is a high risk applicant? It's also not clear from the report. Besides asking why the processing is happening over the weekends or at night, right? Is that allowed? Since it was flagged that it happened during those periods, is it allowed in the first instance? And then when it was flagged, how did it go on for so long? Then I'm just going to quickly deal with the counter-corruption and security services. Slide 7, the detection, the data analysis. Again, I'm coming back to the students in South Africa who have acquired degrees up to a PhD level in data analysis that will be crucial for the department to use them. On slide 9 also, can you please give us an example of the internal awareness initiatives that you conducted? You also conducted a trend analysis and something called a security awareness and training session. The reason for asking is that sometimes when we conduct the sessions, we believe that it's complete. People understand what should happen. And yet we come back and we find out they still engage in more fraudulent activities. So perhaps as a committee, we can assist there. And then on slide 10, there was the 8 business process reviews that were conducted on why corruption is committed. Now, I'd like to know what are some of the most prominent findings. This all comes back again to the fact that we found so many officials being repeat offenders, and then some of them see it from others happening and nothing is being done, which was also one of the reasons that you flagged a leadership change. So they are obviously seeing it from people in the top structure. So my question is, how How are we going to not only mitigate that, but these sessions that you have with them, what speaks to being a good leader, an ethical leader, a trustworthy, credible person? And then, of course, my shock on slide 14, the kingpin by the name of Mr. Afran Ahmad. Is he a South African or is he a foreign national? So he's the kingpin that's been operating like it's his playground in South Africa, and yet he's also still a foreign national. And so he's obviously captured a lot of people inside the department by means of money, I'm sure, but other means also. Comes back to that leadership issue we speak of. So these sessions that are given, let's not make it a tick box for potential employees to go through. We're going to have to do extreme more vetting. And then Mr. Roos, or Honorable Roos had actually touched on this issue of the sentencing on slide 17. There seems like there's a discrepancy. Maybe it's not the department that can answer, maybe the courts, I'm not sure. I'll make an example. Mr. Amos Ngwenyama had received 14 years direct imprisonment, and his charge was issuing a fraudulent birth certificate to a Zimbabwean. And then we get Mr. Edwell Monareng, who then got 15 months imprisonment with 15,000 Rand as a fine. And that was a further 5 years imprisonment suspended. But the charge is similar. This person actually had over 135 births that they registered with fraudulent documents. So why are the sentencing not similar, but the charge of the second person is actually more than the charge of the first person? And then I just want to say that, again, it speaks to the department has now shown us there is actually an array of fraudulent activities, whether we have top 2 or 3, but on slide 20, there are so many that are listed. And this will then make it difficult to pick up the trends also, because it seems like the syndicates are picking up that we are picking up on them. So they change the trend to be undetected. What are we doing in those ways so that they are not changing the trend before we actually come and nail them, if I can say that? But other than that, it is very, very welcome that we can see these reports and that you are moving along. I do think that there is more hands on deck needed. There are more resources needed, as well as at BMA. And so whatever we can do as the committee to ensure that your work is done with due diligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kochana. Honorable Techana.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to you and the Deputy Minister and the team from Home Affairs and all the other people who are here. Maybe Chair, I must apologize for arriving late. Chair, andikwazi ukudlula kule ka Minister. Ngoba we went to an oversight, he was not there. I think that is what was expressed earlier by the whip of the committee. And we took exception because amongst people who were not there was the DG. And then today, Waravia is not here again. One day we're going to be rendered powerless as this committee, or we're going to be rendered ineffective as this committee if this situation is allowed to continue as it is. One day we're going to have the department or its entities refusing to come to us here because the leader of that department refuses to come because this is a clear refusal. It's not by default or mistake, because we see pronouncement that is going around making. It means that he's doing something somewhere, but he does not want to come and sit with us here. This is accountability, Chair. We can't run away from this. And if I agree with the approach of the whip to say, Honorable Motise, that she proposes that a letter be written to the head of government business. I think it needs to be supported. I support it. But in terms of whether it's going to assist us, I don't know. but I think it's something that is worth trying. But uMinister akasibonisi into thina sile portfolio committee, and that should be expressed. And our committee should write a letter somehow to his office and make it public to say the minister's refusal is a sign of undermining us and refusing to account to the portfolio committee. We must not wait for that time now. It's too much. I thought, Chair, I should first speak to that because iyasitya singamalungu, and whoever sees what is happening here says, but the minister refuses to come, and then now I can refuse to come as any entity. So something needs to be done, something more serious, Chairperson. Let's welcome the reports, and I think they give a detail in terms of what needs to happen. So the MDTR is a product of a crisis report, which is the Lubisi Report. And our expectation as a committee is that the work that we are doing currently is going to inform the crisis we are facing at Home Affairs to fight the ills that are at Home Affairs as we speak. There's a perception, whether the perception is real or not real is something that we can debate. But there's a perception of corruption and inefficiency at Home Affairs. That includes system failures. And if you don't move with speed in terms of giving us proper recommendation on what needs to happen to change the situation, we're likely to finish this term having not been able to assist Home Affairs. So we are urging you to move up with speed in terms of, especially on your recommendations on what needs to happen. We have VFS or VHS, which is responsible for data, for collection of applications in terms of visas. We had in the previous parliament, cited yet no VHS. And we would like you to go to VHS and go and see yourself in terms of what they are doing, so that you are able to assist the process, so that we do not have a minister who goes around making pronouncement on visas without having proper knowledge on what exactly is happening with the visas. So things like that needs to be sped up so that sizokwazi ukusebenza, sizokwazi change the perception that we have, the public has about Home Affairs. So we need to speed up those recommendations. Let me write on what Honorable Kojana said about the foreign national who had influence across many offices, because it was not one office. When you say a kingpin, it means that the operations were at a larger scale. So one of your officials, DG, told us that when we did the oversight visit where you were taken to Cape Town, he told us that what happens outside the office has nothing to do with them. Mr. Ngozwan, he told us. We had to dismiss that. We had to tell him straight, but that you can't say that because there are operations happening outside which are influencing inside. There are people who are operating, supplying information to people who are outside in terms of the corrupt activities that are happening. We have seen these things happening in different institutions. If you go to the licensing department in Johannesburg, JMPD, before the EFF took over that position, there was a lot of criminality there, influenced by outside people acting on behalf of Home Affairs who were not Home Affairs officials. So I agree. I wanted to write on what Honorable Kojana was saying, that we need to be careful in terms of outside influence within Home Affairs. It's not a small thing. We need action. There was a time we could not act on officials who have resigned. Anyone who resigns in the public service, while a DC is being instituted, that person we can still prosecute. DG knows. We can still prosecute that person. So all those people who left while we were still trying to trace them, we need to get a report whether we're exercising the law on them. We need a proper report in that respect. Again, on the issue that was raised by Honorable Ngobeni, okay, let me go back to this. So the second report does not talk to us about the identified hotspots. So there should be hotspots that we've identified in terms of criminal activities within Home Affairs. There are offices that are repeatedly where you are getting reports of activities. If you can please provide us those offices and also whether we have been successful in prosecuting people in those offices to avoid repetition. Because you can't have Queenstown office. There's 2 officials. In the last report, there was another official in Queenstown. And then we just act mild about it. It means that there is still within the system an operative. So we need to at least get to be provided. So the last point, Chair, I want to make. I saw the structure, the governance structure of it's a bit controversial, this one I'm going to raise now. I saw the governance structure of MDTT. And maybe I'm wrong. So if you look at the structure, the project manager is Mr. Peter Bishop. And then you can see the rest of the names. I don't want you to read them. I think it's white, the top management, if it's management, which does not represent the demographics of this country. If I'm correct, Chair, that all these names that appear here in the governance structure are all white males or white females, that is wrong. This is our taxpayers' money that is being utilized here. It should reflect the demographics. Unless you are saying that people that can investigate corruption are only white people. There's something wrong here, Deputy Minister. If I'm correct, that all these names that appear here are whites only, it does not reflect our country, does not reflect our demographics. So if I'm correct, something needs to be done, TG, so that we address this problem. There's a perception that we can be dealing with here. We can't keep quiet, some of us, when we see some things like this. So, Chair, we really need to address that one. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Is there any other member want to comment before? Okay. The DG, you will run in the manner that we agreed, and the team and the deputy minister. The last point of Honorable Techana, the DG, you will handle it. My understanding is that the multidisciplinary team are not officials of the department. I think that's my understanding. There was a process that was engaged on to invite the team to participate in this matter. But I think the DG, you will deal with that. The other point, I think the committee, we may need also to detail is the collaborations with the law enforcement agency outside the country. To what extent? Because when you're presenting the Lubisi report, and I'll suggest, Deputy Minister, that we may need to bring that report maybe next year, just to refresh members in the 7th administration what you have the team has picked up of Lubisi so that we're able to track the progress that you are presenting to this committee meeting. It will be an important refresh for a detailed summary on that report, which deals with the web that has been identified of syndicates that are within the department, outside the department, and also that are running some of the countries that influence the work of the department. It will be an important area to deal with that. DG, you'll start to respond, and will then invite the other team to respond. I'm fully aware that the sitting is starting at 2 o'clock, and other members may need to run to the sitting. If you can assist us to deal with those comments and issues, questions that were raised by members. DJ?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members for the questions that were posed. The MDTT will probably take questions that are directed at them. And then DDG Advocate Moitse will then deal with issues that are related to the investigations. And then I think it's regrettable, the pronouncements that were made at the Tshwane Refugee Center. And on behalf of the Minister and the DM, I think I would like to apologize with regards to the official who made those statements. We are responsible for whatever activity that happens outside, because that's where the contamination starts. And Mr. Matsaung will respond to those issues, and then Mr. Skama will deal with issues around identities. So maybe let me start by indicating, Chairperson, and to the honorable members that as we're sitting here, I've just asked DDG Mavuso to go and join the minister. So there are 2 parallel sessions. There's the cabinet committee that's next door. And I think that's more of a programming issue that I thought I must highlight. I don't think the minister intended not to come here, but we are presenting a document at that cabinet committee, and apologies again extended on his behalf. And similarly, Honorable Chechana, I couldn't come to the last meeting because the JCPS had scheduled a meeting, as you are aware, that there are challenges that we're dealing with around spouses and so on and so forth, and therefore I was then asked to attend that meeting. So as I respond to the issues that you have raised and also raised by Honorable Ngubane, the MDTT was set up, you're correct, as a result of work that emanated from the Lubisi Report. And of course, they're activating those recommendations that emanate from that report to deal with the ills, as you have described, at Home Affairs. And that work is ongoing. There's a very close working relationship between what Advocate Moitse is dealing with from a counter-corruption point of view. So this branch has been there for quite some time, Honorable Ngubane. And therefore the MDT was then set up with a very clear focus to look at the issuance of visas, whether it's permanent residence, temporary, citizenship, and so on and so forth. That's the capacity that does not reside within the Department of Home Affairs. To the extent that you now have a proclamation that has been signed by the President to bring in the SIU to continue with that work to ensure that there's prosecutions, but also there's follow-ups. I had members asking a question around what then happens, Honorable Ross, to people that leave the department. You asked a question about Chief Director and the Director appeals. Those are matters that the SIU is pursuing with regards to that. So it's not as if we leave matters hanging, and Advocate Moitse will deal with issues related to that. And then there was an issue that you raised with regards to the top management of the MDTT. The chairperson has correctly said it's not a unit of the department. The team that you see behind us were contracted by the department and a company called CAJV. And I think they are better placed to speak about their structure. But in our understanding, when they were contracted, there's a component that speaks to Black economic empowerment as part of the requirements, which we believe they met. So, Honorable Chachana, just to conclude your questions on the collaboration with law enforcement, it's a question that the chair also asked. Outside the country, how do we work with others? We do work well with Interpol, which is what allowed us to go to Arusha in Tanzania through that collaboration with Interpol and the government of the Republic of Tanzania to go and pick up both Thabo Bester and Nandi Pama Goodman. And we are working with them on the matter that you have raised, Honorable Ngobeni, with regards to Adechina and the mom. So that matter is currently with the DPCI. They've concluded that investigation according to General Libya. They are now waiting for the NPA to advise them on the next steps. From our side, we've handed over the file. We've completed the work which was done by Counter-Corruption and Security Services. That work is done. We've actually written to both Adechina and the mom and indicated, I think the last day was yesterday, they need to give us reasons as to why those documents should not be withdrawn. As of yesterday, we have not received any response, and therefore the department will be proceeding with the withdrawal of those documents in line with the Identification Act. And then, Honorable Kochana, I'm still waiting for the learners that you spoke about from the Northern Cape that studied at the Sol Plaatje Institute to look at what we can do to assist. I think the MDT team will respond on the medical and radiology reports. The interesting thing is that the radiology report is no longer a requirement for any visa application. We carry the highest burden of TB in the world, so that's out of the way. But they will respond in terms of how people were using some of those doctors, and in their interaction with those doctors, they will tell you that they've never seen anyone with that name, or probably. But that's how syndicates operate. So one of the tasks of the MDTT is to track these 11,000 applications that you have referred to. That's what they need to do, but also to empower the department with the attorneys that they have to withdraw those documents for those that are not deserving. And then offices that were operating on weekends. Obviously, counter-corruption looks at trends that are happening in each and every office. I think previously when we were here, we spoke about the Malamulelo office in Limpopo. We spoke about the Randfontein office. We spoke about Maponya Mall, for example, as well, and the Krugersdorp office, where we picked up particular trends. And working with other law enforcement authorities, we're able to launch that sting operation overnight. The sad reality here, Honorable Ngobeni, is that it requires a whole of society approach to deal with this catch. What we found in Krugersdorp on that night at around 1 a.m. in the morning. No, I'm coming back to you. I'm just looking at Honorable Kochana for a particular reason. We found probably about 60, 70 young people that were picked up from Eldorado Park, just south of Soweto, across Avalon Cemetery, willingly. And they were taken by this syndicate. So the syndicate uses their biometrics to access the system, because even yourself, if you're going to a Home Affairs branch, they'll require your biometrics so that the system enables them to transact. So these are young people that are mainly on drugs, and they are given about 500 each, and they're then utilized for that purpose. So that's why I'm saying it requires a whole of society approach. And when we found them, none of them could actually recognize why they were there and what is it that they were doing there. This is with regards to Afra, the Pakistan national. And he's been sentenced. And of course, he worked with a number of officials, including at Maponya Mall, as she was saying, Limpopo, across all those areas. So I suppose while awareness is critical, we also need you as members of parliament to assist us in those constituencies, to warn people about the dangers, because that's giving away your identity as an individual for 500 rands. You then ask a question, Honorable Kochan, around, I suppose it's got to do with the independence of the judiciary, which is a bit difficult, and I don't want to encroach into that space. But I think sometimes in November, we're meeting with the judiciary to raise particular concerns with regards to some of the judgments that are made. There's a judgment that said we must unblock 2.5 million blocked IDs, that the banks of South Africa have said we're likely to lose 1.17 billion rand if these blocked IDs are unblocked. And they put even an affidavit to the case that Home Affairs was pursuing, but the court ruled otherwise. We've now, as guided by the minister, gazetted that we will be cancelling 687,872 of those IDs, and those that are in possession of these IDs fraudulently have been notified. So we're now moving towards the cancellation. But I'm just indicating that we find this constraint, that the court says unblock them, we unblock, and the bank says, but wait, we're going to, there's a capital flight that's going to happen, and that's not taken into consideration. But I suppose we'll raise those issues here at the meeting with them and the UNHCR, because they, in this case, are representing a number of officials. I think Advocate Moitse, you'll speak about your operation with the police yesterday in KZN, and then stakeholders, Honorable Roos, various applicants, syndicates, and so on and so forth. I think sadly, the Bushiri story started here in Parliament. It was a member of Parliament who sent a query to the Department of Home Affairs. I'm not sure if honorable members are aware. That's the genesis of how Mr. Bushiri got his documents. It started here as a, well, you can claim innocent query, but it ended up with someone being in possession of documents that were not supposed to. And that's how these kingpins operate. I'm not sure, Warwick, if you still have that slide where you are able to show that it was not just Bushiri, but it was a number of entities. They owned companies in the finance, hair salons, insurance companies. But you can pick up in almost all the provinces, they have a presence. Even here in the Western Cape, they have a presence. And I suppose that's what the MDTT is really assisting us to crack those cases. And working with the DPCI, I think in the next few months, we should be able to make inroads in that specific case that you are referring to. And then, Honorable Ngobeni, I think I spoke about the photoshops, how people are easily able to do that. I've responded on the issues of Adechina. It's a case of fraud that's been reported that the Hawks are pursuing against both the mom and herself. And I think I responded on the officials that are accessing premises after hours. We now have introduced a measure where the system cannot be accessed after hours to make sure that those transactions do not happen. In the past, people could easily access them, but only when there's overtime that needs to be pursued, which is done timelessly, and people are then informed timelessly. I think, Honorable Michael, you spoke about what happens to officials once they're guilty. the matters are pursued beyond the department. On page 14, you will note that there's even members of the public, but also there are colleagues that are awaiting trial outside. The DC is done. The person has been dismissed. We are pursuing that person in terms of the criminal justice system, but the MDT is assisting us with the recovery of funds that they might have accrued. I suppose we take your point on how do we minimize the reapplications of those that might be corrupt. On the questions that Honorable Ngubane raised, I think given the fact that you are an IT person, I think this is something that you are passionate about. I think, yes, it does put the case for digitization even stronger. We will, honorable members, honorable chair, be coming to this committee to present DM on the revised APP, which now takes into consideration digitization, the project plans and the activities that we'll be pursuing. For this financial year, we've had to amend, and also for the next 5 years, what are the activities per annum that we'll be doing to ensure that the digital transformation that the minister has spoken about is implemented. And you are correct, if we are able to digitize a lot of these records, you might not be aware that a lot of applications and the missions at the moment are still manual applications. And therein is an opportunity for others to be able to look at opportunities for making money. I suppose on the funding, DM will probably respond on the challenges that we have, similarly with counter-corruption. Where we don't have a presence, Honorable Ngubane, in the missions, there's 114 missions that South Africa has all over the world. We only have about 38 officials at some of those missions. It's a very small number. So where we don't have a presence, DERCO then does the work on our behalf for both civics and immigration services. It's not ideal, but that's currently what is happening. And then you asked a question on cases that we have referred to DERCO and the BMA. Yes, we do monitor. For example, on the case for the Libyan nationals, it's a matter that we have referred to DERCO to pursue. We're waiting for them to come back to us. On the BMA, similarly, we are pursuing, as DDG Muiza indicated, that we still are assisting the BMA on those matters. I think, Honorable Mdolo, the work that the MDTT is doing, they do work with other law enforcement authorities, but critical is the fact that the work that the MDT did in China, for example, had been highlighted by SSA in their report on malfeasance. Similarly in Ghana and Libya, where we've just sent an official from counter-corruption. So there's a close working relationship between them. And then Mr. Skama will speak about our quest to eradicate the green barcoded ID to ensure that every South African has a card, which is much more protected. Of course, the staff shortages are something that's of concern. We are working on that. Treasury and the DPSA have just allowed us or granted us permission to fill at least 99 positions. Of course, that's not enough. Our staff establishment is 18,000. We're currently at around 7,400. So 99, you can see it's a drop in the ocean, but we'll keep nudging in the right direction until probably the economic outlook improves. On the questions that you raised, Honorable Modise Mpia, with regards to the study visas, these are study visas that were acquired in the past. We saw this deficiency and then entered into negotiations with a structure known as Universities South Africa. So they represent all the universities. So what they do, they receive all the applications for all the universities and probably colleges. Then they do the verifications and only give us data of students that are registered, and then we are able to then assist. The ones that have been isolated are investigations that counter-corruption and security services is pursuing from those bogus colleges that you are referring to. So we already have data, and I think we're now working towards ensuring that the SIU, in working with her, then completes the issue. I think you asked a question around the budget. The budget is never adequate. We always sit at the beginning of the year with the team from the MDTT, Mr. Shakir Williams, to look at the budget that's currently there. The challenge is always that as you are investigating a particular matter, the scope then changes. The matter for China, for example, and Ghana was not under their radar, but we had to redirect them to pull the data from those missions. So we are looking at how we can complement the current budget that we've provided. Of course, it's not adequate. We'll be the first to say that. Change in behavior, I suppose Advocate Moetse, you'll speak to that. So maybe let me pause here and ask the team from this side, Home Affairs, starting with Advocate Moetse, Mr. Matsaung, and then Mr. Sigama, and then we'll come back to Mr. Bishop to respond to those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think the DG, you've dealt with most of the issues. They will summarize on the issues. Then we're able to come here. I see Honorable Ngobeni, but I'm not going to allow you now. I'll give you the matter that you want to raise before the DM respond. So let's start there, Honorable Mr. Sigama. Sorry, I wanted to call you Mr. Sigama.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, members of the committee. Thanks, Deputy Minister, for the opportunity. Mine is about the plans in eradicating the green barcoded ID books that we still have in circulation. Members will recall that we have got 323 offices, brick and mortar offices countrywide. And out of those offices, only 208 are with live capture, meaning that those are the offices that can then take our live capture applications for IDs and passports. So also have 227 mobile units that are also in circulations and are able to take applications so that we then fast track the issuance of smart ID cards. And we also have about 30 banks where we are also able to take applications for the same IDs and as well as passports. Then the malls that we also recently, during the 6th administration, where we also initiated the usage of malls so that we also make sure that we then roll out this issue around the replacement of the green barcoded ID books. You'll recall that of late we have been talking about digital transformation, wherein in the past, to make sure that we address the issue of green barcoded ID books, we thought digital transformation would be key to the whole matter, wherein the use of apps and technology will be used so that clients should not then move to our offices to then apply for IDs and passports and any other products that we are issuing. So we're busy now looking into that. We've got each channel in place, wherein at the leisure of your own time at home, you can then log into the profile, set up a booking, wherein you get a slot for you to then go and conclude your applications through the banks or mobile units and any other office that we have countrywide. So we have also looked into the use of kiosks, an ATM kind of instrument that will be used, wherein for all people who have applied but have not yet replaced their books, then they may then use that for reissuance of documents. And in this case, we're focused on a birth certificate, a marriage certificate, death certificates, including IDs and passports for those people who may have lost their documents but would not like to go and queue in our offices. So we, at a high level, we are busy configuring the systems for those ATMs so that we send them to all areas where there's higher or big catchment areas of people that are in need of Home Affairs services. So we also looked at the possibility of having the so-called a premium service, wherein when all is well and we have already concluded our tests, then we will then make sure that we employ the so-called premium service, wherein you get your documents within a very short space of time. So of course, that will have to go with cost. We'll look into that and also come back and present those initiatives to the committee. But everything is in full swing. But the message here is more about digital transformation, make sure that people understand exactly what you need to do in this era, and they should not even lay their foot in our Home Affairs office to get enabling documents. That's the focus for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mateo.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, Deputy Minister, I think the issue on the statement that was made by our officials at the Refugee Reception Center, Honorable Chair, it's a regrettable statement, and on the spot we have requested the official to retract it, but the question is, what are we doing now? The space outside our offices, Honorable Chair, remains our space. We've requested that the security that is within that center must patrol both inside and outside, just to make sure that those illicit activities are not left being seen happening. We are monitoring that space. The second one, Honorable Chair, is on the issue that was raised by honorable members on the issues of the critical skills. A question that says, are South African institutions making an impact in terms of making sure that they train South Africans on all those skills that are classified as critical skills? That information, currently we do not have it, Honorable Chair, but it's information that we can then be able to source through those stakeholders of institutions, just to check if the skills that are enlisted, as to whether we have got students within the country that are dealing with that. We can avail that information. The other one, Honorable Chair, is what was requested by more than one honorable member, the issue of Chidima's mother. I must confirm, Honorable Chair, that we have not yet arrested the mother. I did sit with the team because it's something that is being dealt with by the team from counter-corruption and also from immigration. There was a house that was identified as the daughter's house, where we wanted officials to go there and check if the mother cannot be found. So we did not. But when we check on the movement control register, Honorable Chair, the information that we have got still confirms the mother to be in the country. But the issue of continuously checking on that, Mamwitsi will talk to that. Now, the other one, Honorable Chair, was on the issue of the mother having been in Nigeria. When we were sitting as a team trying to check on the movement control register, that links us to the passport number that she was using. There was no reflection of the movement. But what the team did was to look at the pictures that were captured on the stage when they were receiving the trophy. It was confirmed when they were confirming the picture on social media, because the mother appears mostly on social media and Instagram. The facial looks of the person who was at the stage and the profile of the mother were compared to be the same. But we couldn't find trace of the passport that she has been using to come to South Africa from Mozambique of the movement that went down to Nigeria. The matter is still under investigation, but Mamwitsi will add more in terms of that, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mamwitsi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. The other part, as the acting DDG has said, of the passports used and whatever were investigated by the team. However, on the other parts of fraud and corruption, that matter was referred to the Hawks. They have signed for the case, so they are continuing with investigations. However, we are supporting the Hawks as we have handed out the file that we worked on, and now what we are doing is support to the Hawks. Then I think the DG has really responded to most of the questions asked for counter-corruption, and I'll respond to the matter of the trend analysis. One of our AOP targets is to conduct four trend and risk assessments per annum. So we are conducting those threat and risk, the trend analysis. Trend analysis will tell us exactly to say the cases that we're receiving in Queenstown, this is cases that we've received for fraud, and trend analysis will show us that our cases on IDs are really on the increase. And this is what we are finding these days. And the challenge there is that the syndicate are changing how they operate. They do not just do one method. When we close this method, they go to another one. They will rent the South African mother, for instance. For now, on the passport photo swap is very quiet. What they do, they ask for a South African mother to accompany them to Home Affairs. Then the South African mother will put the children of the foreign national under her as the children. So those children will get passports. In some instances, they ask South African mother to put their children of the foreigners under the South African mother. And now they become the children of the South African mother. They will get their grants and everything. However, the problems come in when where the South African mother dies, then there must be estates and whatever. So the real children will come and say, we do not know these other children and our mothers, so those kind of things. However, now we're seeing a lot of South Africans helping foreigners to conduct this. So like I say, once you close this loophole, they open another. And also on the changing behavior, we're not seeing quite serious changes because these syndicates have got a lot of money. As much as we dismiss these ones that we are dismissing, they are recruiting others at all times. So we are really trying to ensure that we close loopholes on our processes. We become more proactive other than reactive. And on the issue of whether our internal message, our internal awareness and external are working or not, on the internal, we have done an impact assessment study, which is out there for officials to tell us whether the messages that we are sending, are they releasing them? Are they working? Are they not working? So we have compiled that impact assessment study. So we will really see the results of the study and improve where we can improve. And on the cases that we are referring to, when an official is dismissed or resign, the criminal matters, we still refer them to the Hawks 1, 2. We blacklist the official on the system so that when he or she applies for work in any government department, they will request for that case. They will see that case on the system to say there is a case at Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The DG has covered quite a lot, but I will just check with the team. There are still a few questions that we would deal with. I'll start with the CEO, Mr. Williams.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, just want to elaborate for some detail around the budget. Just to confirm that this financial year, we were allocated a 46 million rand budget, of which 23 million rand has been built so far. With 6 months to the end of the financial year, I think we're tracking at 50% of that budget. What it means for us as a business, very simply, is that as much as we have outlined and evaluated the entire project and have identified everything that must be done and can be done, through the guidance from the DG's office, we have really focused on the big cases, something that brings big impact. And not only that, with the disciplinaries, we focus on bringing disciplinaries to its end so that you kind of take out the cog in the wheel and everything else, falls apart. There are very many ways of achieving the successes that we can report here. It doesn't help, in my view, that low-level employees are brought to task and then the system just still continues to work. So that's been the approach based on the limited budgets, but we are committed and remain committed to see all recommendations through to the DG's office, as well as assist them with implementing as much as can come out of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There are just a couple of issues which I'm going to deal with, and then I'm going to have Warwick Meyer and Ricky Singh deal with one each in their area.
You'll summarize the issues.
Yes.
You're saying that, okay.
Yes. So one of the questions that was asked is, when did MDTT start? We started on the 1st of March, 2023. How do we prioritize the matters? We prioritize the matters based on the MINCOM report. The MINCOM report is really, the Dr. Lubisi report is really our Bible in effect. So effectively what happens is we've taken each of the categories within the MINCOM report and aligned our priority and focus areas in accordance with the recommendations made. So going forward, we'll be able to identify specifically where. Then in terms of the question that was asked about the policies and the gaps to be provided, and as far as the policies and governance and risk is concerned, the MDTT is busy preparing a memorandum in terms of the policies, the gaps which have identified, and recommendations in relation to those areas as we have investigated, and also what is coming out of the disciplinary hearings, because obviously the disciplinary hearings impact quite extensively in terms of recommendations where the gaps are identified. In as far as the disciplinaries, one of the issues that we identified as the MDTT, and one of the issues that was raised by Dr. Lubisi and his team, was the consequence management. We have looked, as a point of departure, we did take the information held by the Department of Labor, and in consultation with the DG's office, we have identified the key areas. For instance, in the Bashiri matter, one of the modus operandi that officials have within DHA is that they continue to delay the disciplinary processes. And in the Bashiri matter, for instance, it was delayed for over 2 years. When the MDTT became involved, we actually finalized the matter within 3 months, just in terms of the different approach that was taken and that was recommended to the Department of Labor. So but in terms of the new approach, I'm going to have Ricky just answer in terms of that. Then in terms of the fraudulent applications, in as far as the radiologists, the doctors, the question was asked as to whether the service providers themselves are involved. What we have in actual fact found is that through a verification process, some of the doctors have deceased. They've left the practices, yet the certificates continue to be used. So what we are finding is that there are third parties outside who are using these documents to prepare the fraudulent documents which are attached to the applications. Then in terms of the after hours, I think from our point of view, just to verify, our approach is taken in terms of specifically during COVID period, directives that were given, as well as specific delegations. And we're doing that comparative analysis in terms of the period 3 years preceding that specifically dealt with COVID. In terms of the progressive discipline or the syndicates, I'm going to just request Warwick just to run through that, and then Ricky will deal with the progressive discipline, Chair.
Thank you.
There were lots of questions around my fraud slide. The word fraud was picked up in the adjudicator's comments. So the adjudicators had reviewed the application, identified fraud, or used the word fraud in their comments that they used in the system. And on the basis of that word, we filtered out those applications. So it's not that the applicant had used fraud. They detected fraud in their applications, and then either it was approved, or in their next application, it was initially rejected and the next application was approved. So that's to try to sort out those particular words. Regarding the syndicate, from a syndicate's perspective, it's linked into a criminal sort of investigation, but there's definitively links of people in a pyramid scheme. There's people that you can see in their bank statements that they receive money and it's immediately posted elsewhere. So from that side, once we've got the information, we're handing it over to other criminal sort of investigators. It's not in our sort of realm to follow up on those specific investigations. It was actually in the press. Some of it was in the press that they've detected it, but we've got additional information from an immigration perspective. And the last one was around the adjudicators. The 125 adjudicators were linked to the overall number of applications that we have reviewed. Not all 125 of them had wrongdoing in their applications. Just to bring down that number, because that 58 referrals, it is to multiple parties, so therefore the same adjudicator might be referred to multiple parties for action. Just so it doesn't sound like we're dealing with everyone.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add something on the syndicates. There's clear patterns and trends that we've identified. Syndicates, we found different nationalities working together, which you don't normally find, but in this case, they do. We've also found where there are particular nationalities that only stick to themselves. And the trends and patterns are, they all set up a parallel system to tick all the boxes for every application. So they've got employment agencies, they have residential addresses, they have contact details. And those are the anomalies that we pick up in the trends and patterns and start linking them together. You would also find that a particular grouping might not have all the systems in place, and they will outsource that to another group who will then do what needs to be done to facilitate the applications, and then they will pay them, and then you see the money transfers between the groups, etc. So those matters are being dealt with by the DPCI currently, and those matters have also been flagged with the SIU to assist in their own processes in dealing with this. So there's a lot of issues going on, and we are trying to with this whole MDT approach to try and start seeing how we can start uncovering this, and the gaps and systemic issues that we identify is also key. And there has been progress as far as that's concerned, because we can see that in certain of the data analytic trends that there's a decline in certain applications where certain gaps have been closed. So it's an ongoing process, and we hope that at the end of this exercise that we would be able to demonstrate sufficient impact in conjunction with the department of what we are going to do, but it will never stop. It will be ongoing, and it has to be ongoing, but it will be sustainable at the end of the day. Chair, that is, sorry, Ricky, my apologies. Ricky has just got to say something on the legal aspects and disciplinary.
Thank you, Chair. There's just two areas I'll address. The first is a question on what were the reasons for the withdrawal of the applications of the bargaining council. Quite simply, the reason those 10 employees had taken the department to the bargaining council was to prevent the department from appointing external chairpersons and legal representatives in disciplinary hearings. When we won the case in the Labour Court, the bargaining council applications became moot and they had to be withdrawn. So which meant, nothing could further happen there. And then the last question was on progressive discipline. You will appreciate that our labor regime dictates that dismissal is an absolute last option when it comes to a labor dispute. So progressive discipline, if an employee was found guilty of misconduct, not gross misconduct, we can't move immediately for dismissal. So we will engage in, written warnings, training, retraining, all the steps you need to show that you've actually tried everything you can. And should there be a recurrence of that, then of course dismissal is the option we go for. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bishop and our team. Honorable Ngoven, before the DM. You're fine. Yeah. That was deliberate so that I think the question will be dealt with somewhere. DM.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to take much of your time because I realize that we have to quickly move to the House, all of us. But I can just indicate, Chair, that members of the committee must also bear in mind that it has not been easy for the department to reach the level that we are in today in dealing with issues of corruption. It has taken serious, direct and deliberate interventions and bold decisions that have to do with both value for money and actually taking a risk in terms of financial expenditure. We have had to manage money in a way that says, where do we benefit the most? Because as we can hear, the processes are not easy, they are not cheap. They are expensive as well. But when you look in terms of the decay that will have gone into the system, it became important and clear that we had to remove it. For instance, if we are talking about one person introducing 1,000 people into the National Population Register, if those people are children, they are entitled to 530 rand, somewhere there, per 530 per month. And that runs up to millions in a longer scheme of things. So we had to cut the rod. And I can indicate that we must also bear in mind that as we try and improve and enter these systems, put these systems in place, criminals also improve, but we have to stay a step ahead. For instance, on some of our interactions with law enforcement agencies, they tell us, okay, you put in and say, here is an internal control, you want DNA results. They find a way to get into DNA labs and do DNA swaps, which means the results come back of a foreign child, which must be accepted because it's a father, but it's not the real child because there is further corruption that is happening elsewhere. So we need to be very vigilant in dealing with that. I think part of the reasons why we had to bring in such teams as the multidisciplinary teams is that we can't divert from our mandate as Home Affairs. We still bear the responsibility to offer services to our clients each and every day. And we can't stop doing that. And that is why we then go and look for experts to help us in dealing with those issues. In terms of the judgments that are issued by courts, unfortunately, it's not us. It's the same as with the labor processes. You find someone that is doing corruption, but you can't ignore the law. You have to take them through a labor process as determined by the law. And that takes time. And that is why we always say, we try as much as possible to minimize the names up until people are convicted. Because just by simply making a mistake of mentioning a name of a person here, you won't be able to move any further because a person says, no, there's already been pre-arranged a judgment. For those who are having information around people who are extorted, please share the information with us. We'll gladly act on that. I think on the Adechima matter, we've done our investigations. We went through due process. We gave her, even herself, we gave her an opportunity to make representation. Such was not done, and we are acting, and we are referring the whole matter to the Hawks now for criminal prosecutions. Part of the other issues we are dealing with is the issue of the traffic registration numbers, which I think it has been a big achievement for the department to notice that a number of foreign nationals actually get access to the country and stay in the country using this loophole. And I can tell you that has been causing close to billions in terms of banks that have to deal with, because they give out cars to these people and give them loan only to find that they are not eligible. In actual sense, they are foreign nationals. But that issue, we have also taken it to the Department of Transport as well. We cannot overemphasize the issue of digitization. And building a digital Home Affairs means that we have to get rid of the paper records, which we are currently doing. It's a project that's ongoing. I think just about more than 30 million records have already been digitized. And subsequent to that, we have to eliminate the green barcoded ID. Soon as we do that, then we can be able to move into the digital. So we are working on those things. I so wish, Chair, that we could have more time in the future so that we can display some of the work that we are doing, so that the committee we become in unison in terms of understanding of the work that we are doing. But it is always a pleasure, Chair, to come before the portfolio committee and give the reports that we are giving in today. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister and your team, and Mr. Bishop and your team. The first matter we're carrying is that we must communicate with leader of government business and formally write to the minister. And this is the expressed view of the committee. If you recall, Deputy Minister, there was an official who came to the meeting in the 6th administration. We're dealing with a report that deals with legal issues. In fact, it was electoral amendment, if I recall, the opinion. And that report was not sufficient to the extent that it was not authorized by the minister. and we had to reject it and raise the matter with the minister objectively, so that we're complementing the work of the department and the committee. The area of committee's concern in Tshwane Refugee Center is not acceptable. And we must make it that firm, because we don't want to co-manage or run the department. We're not in that space. We're another arm of the state. And accountability, the executive must take responsibility when we conduct oversight or when we come before the committee. So we must go out of this meeting clearer in terms of the responsibility, because we preside over the work of Parliament and represent the public. So we'll communicate with the leader of government business and the minister in terms of the concerns. I mean, the deputy minister had to stop the presentation because this does not reflect the collective responsibility of your team in the presence of members of the committee. So we're not taking lightly. If we don't work together as a collective, both members of the committee and the executive, we're not able to respond to the issues that we ought to serve our people. So the seventh parliament, we must be clear in terms of the roles we're dealing with as a committee and yourself as the members of the executive. So I think you must take it home, Deputy Minister. The intention is to make sure that we objectively, collectively, as a collective, responsible on the matters we're dealing with as your executive, the department, and also members of the committee. Apologies are taken. They're clear, legitimate apologies. We've been dealing with this matter for a longer time. And I've raised in the earlier openings that you can't have a parallel meeting when the committee is going to deal with the matter and those that are responsible are not in that meeting. The head of that institution was not in that meeting. And we got a wrong report which the deputy minister himself could not even own up to it. And we want the committee to accept. So we'll still need that report in relation of the status of the refugee center. We went to government printing works, unannounced visit. And members of the committee needed accountability in terms of the status quo there. So you must take it home, Deputy Minister, in terms of how we'll proceed moving forward. We don't want the executive to account outside. You wake up in the morning, there's no brief, there's something else. The committee must take responsibility on matters that are not before the portfolio committee. It's unfair to Parliament and the committee. We want to appreciate the work that you have presented here. And the committee take appreciation and will monitor your work, Mr. Bishop and the multidisciplinary team. The challenges that have been raised, I think, are reasonable challenges that impact on your work. And the committee will be able to monitor, including Mr. Mwezi, DG, the issues that are arising from the challenges that have been identified. These are the challenges that will impact negatively on the progress that the department is envisaged to do. So collectively, we must see, as members of the committee have raised, on how we must assist the committee. And I think the ministry must take appreciation on the comments and able to assist the work of the department in terms of the areas that have been raised, lack of capacity, and also the budget implications that will weaken the department. Members of the committee, we thank you for having contributed to this matter. Obviously, Deputy Minister will invite DDG Mavuso in the next to deal with that matter that we've requested, which has been raised by Honorable Ngubane, so that comprehensively we understand where you are, the update since the sixth administration and the work that has been done. Want to take this opportunity to thank you, and we'll step off of this item and briefly request Mr. Matonsi to take the committee on the public hearing just for 5 minutes, and then we proceed to the House. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, members.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
sorry, Mr. Martins. We can release your DM if you want to, and the team and Mr. Bishop. So just dealing with the public hearing matter for 5 minutes, and then thanks very much. We're not releasing you, Mr. Techan. We're releasing the executive here. Just talk to the report, Mr. Matunsi.
Yeah,
We'll circulate the. Thank you.
just leave it. Leave it. Otherwise, it's good. No, just leave it. Afternoon, members. We unfortunately have a technical issue with our screens to show the report up there, but I'll just quickly go through it. I'll be very quick. On the report, I've indicated the background on when the bill was introduced and when it was revived. And then also that the committee received a briefing from the minister and the department on the 27th of August this year. And then that the committee also resolved that the public hearing should be conducted on the 8th, 9, 10 in KwaZulu-Natal and in KwaZulu-Natal, in Gauteng, and then 2021, 22 in Gauteng. And then we, subsequent to that, the committee, the section in our unit convened a meeting with other stakeholders where we discuss how the other support staff from other sections are going to be assisting us, such as the public participation unit. And then Mr. Brent Simon is sitting there at the back. Right there at the back, he did present one time to us on their public participation process. I'm not going to go through all that information which is there. The other section that we met with as well is protection services that are going to be with us, and then language services, the SHE unit, sound and vision, supply chain management, who are going to be assisting us in terms of supply chain issues. And then based on the meeting of the 22nd of November, on the 23rd of October, we also met with the chairperson who provided political and logistical input on the report. And then we did the revised program. And then the revised program was that we're suggesting that probably if this year we could do Gauteng on the 18 and 19, and then instead of the KwaZulu-Natal, we're giving each other time now to process everything. And then in other words, the committee split into two. One will do maybe Ekurhuleni and Tshwane the same date. And then the other one do Sidibeng and the West Rand on the same day. So we're proposing the date of 18 and 19. So only 2 days, and then the following day members can leave. On the specific areas, as City of Ekurhuleni, we are identifying 4 slaughterhouses. There is a civic center there, the community hall, the civic center on the 18th of November. And then also the other one is Hammanskraal, that is in the city of Tshwane. Sidibeng is Midval municipality in Meerten, Skelo community hall, and then Mohale, the magistrate hall. So we are indicating these are possible venues that were identified through GCIS, but we do have our section in Parliament, such as the household services and the SHE unit, who will go to look at this venue in terms of compliance, if they comply with all the requirements that Parliament will need. If some of the venues are not compliant, then those units will be assisting us in those areas to identify venues that will be compliant. And then in terms of KwaZulu-Natal, there's a proposal that because the committee now, between now and the first week in December, will be dealing with the issue of the oversight to Bait Bridge in Libombo. And then also there will be an issue of public hearings on the political party funding, the one that we advertise over this weekend. So with all that work that we have, we realize that we might not have enough time to conduct the public hearing in KwaZulu-Natal, because also the district that we have identified, there some of them travel long distances. For instance, I was informed that if you go to Josini, you land in Durban, you travel about, I think it's about 6 hours drive. So it's a lot of driving. So for KwaZulu-Natal, that's what we're suggesting, that recommending the next year. I have here Mr. Simon, who will be just taking us through some of the documents that he has provided for members. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Simon. I think you'll update members on just be brief in terms of the issues program, your intention to conduct a workshop in Gauteng. Thank
you. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, if we'll be just waiting on the confirmation now, if KZN is postponed, then our entire team will flood Gauteng, meaning that we will then at least have 2 workshops per day in each of the identified areas, so that we obviously, the plan is to sift into different communities. We have a community radio program, which will only be activated from next week onwards. We've met with GCIS in Gauteng. We have been in contact with the Public Education Office of the Provincial Legislature. Obviously, there's some technical issues because colleagues, procedurally, they want that letter of approval. But we've managed to bypass that. So our teams are deploying from tomorrow onwards to go into Gauteng in particular. We have produced the leaflet that we presented to you the last time. Unfortunately, I think honorable members raised the issue of the bills are mainly introduced to Parliament by the Minister of the specific government department. And I think the Honorable Chair said that there's also members' bills. And what we can do is we've made the amendment, but it will only be produced and visible on the second print run, because we've already started with some form of education programs in Gauteng. We actually printed it. So it takes colleagues through the content. The same content, Chairperson, to prevent any confusion. The script, the radio script that we have produced, which we give to these community radio stations, the questions are drafted by us. So the presenters do not move away from those questions. And the answers also will be the exact same on all community radio stations. We are deploying colleagues in terms of the language capacity to the relevant community radio stations as well. So we try to accommodate as far as possible that if it is in a particular language, that we have someone who naturally speaks that particular language as well. So in terms of deployment, as I indicated, we are now just sourcing our quotations. Community radio station slots, we've started telephonically. So even though we've said that colleagues need to be deployed into Gauteng and to KZN, we said that they can start with community radio stations well in advance. So that we're also doing through a particular partnership with GCIS. But in some instances, we contact them directly. As indicated, we have 4 teams deployed to Gauteng at this stage. But if the committee finalizes and says, nope, we take KwaZulu-Natal from next year onwards, we will push our entire team into, we're targeting about between 40 to 60 public education workshops. I'll just give a quick example in terms of what we're doing with the tobacco bill. Where we go to schools, we have separate workshops with teachers. And then after that workshop with the teachers, we take the grade 10 and 11 pupils because the matriculants are already writing the exam. So that's our focus at this stage, but we link up with all the relevant groups. Chair, and the responses you have already received, we've actually been in contact with some of those organizations, telling them that we are coming into the areas. I think Eddie and Mr. Salmon can confirm that some of them have already responded saying that we don't see our comment, and we said the public process is not yet concluded. So feel free to attend our workshops where you will be educated on the content of the bill, and then you will be better capacitated when you do go to the actual physical public hearings. So just because they have submitted submissions to the committee at this stage doesn't mean that they cannot go to the public hearings and raise those concerns through the various structures. So I don't know if there's any particular questions that colleagues and honorable members would want to pose at us, but at this stage I can say that other than some colleagues not wanting to deploy without those political approval letters, we have sent certain teams where we're saying we do not need the letters to have public education workshops. And at this stage, we're just disguising it as saying, we know we're preparing for the public hearings, but we do not say that it is particularly aimed at the public hearings, because then we need to produce letters to get the cooperation of speakers at municipal level, the speaker at the provincial and parliamentary level, etc. So at this time, we're just focusing on a more generic task, which we have been assigned, and which is also captured in the Constitution, and that is to involve citizens in the affairs of both houses of parliament, as well as committees. So any bill that's in front of a committee, we actually take out for public education, not consultation, but for public education, so that citizens are at least capacitated to understand what it is. And if you recall the presentation we made the last time, I think honorable members will be fully, you approved the content. It is also being gazetted already in terms of the summary being published. And that is what we work on. We don't deviate from that, because that is the educational aspect that we actually focus on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. We met with the team, as I've explained. We dealt with the issues that the committee advised. 3 proposals on the table that we've shifted the date from the 8th November, Mr. Matonsi. Yeah, 18, 19, we've shifted KZN to be next year just because it's the already year that is ending. We're going to split the 2 teams to be 2. We'll deal with the details on how we're going to split the team, and we'll circulate the members. So we wanted approval so that you endorse, so that the team proceed with the logistics that we may not deal with it here. Just we need only 3 items to proceed. Can I check, Mr. Martins?
I was going to remind members, now that we have got the new dates for Gauteng, then there's a form in front of you that Mr. Thurston has sent, also email several times to members. So if they could be completed, because it's one of the requirements that members should complete that, and then so that everything is intact. And then also just to say, Chairperson, that the letters that is requesting now, I'm going to send them today, now that we know which areas we are going to in Gauteng, so that everything is sorted.
Okay, thank you. Members? Ross, Honorable, Honorable December, Honorable Tolo, then we're done.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I agree. KZN being moved to next year. My only question is, on the 19th, we have public hearings on the Immigration Amendment Bill. So is that then being moved to a later date? Because we also have a clash with the proposed dates for the oversight of the border, which clashes with the last day of Parliament on the Tuesday.
Okay.
But otherwise, I support the 18th and the 19th, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supporting the dates of 18 and 19 cases, and we must move at next year, 2026. Thank you, Chair.
You, Honorable December.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one question. In the previous presentation that you would have done, you would have made mention that part of the requirements for that public education before the public hearings is that you would
at least required to have spent 4 to 6 weeks conducting that, so that at least you cover vast of the areas where when the committee comes and do those public hearings, at least they would have some sort of extensive mobilization also done. I'm worried now that looking at the calendar, if we are speaking of the 18th and the 19th, and the team is only going to then move to Gauteng tomorrow, it only affords us a week or a week and a half or 2 at most before the committee then goes there. Are you gonna be able to do that public hearings, education extensively and cover those areas that have been identified for Gauteng? And again, to the committee team, Gauteng is also consists of those 5 regions broken down. Preferably, we want to cover a big part when you conduct public hearings, because we want to solicit views of many people as much as we can. Now, if you are going to limit it to only a few and focusing on the metros, you are then going to close the districts outside. It is part of what the challenges would have faced in the past when citizens and NGOs would go approach the courts with regard to the public participation that has been done, is that vast areas will not be reached or be covered. So I want you to then look into the dates that the 2 days for Gauteng may not be sufficient. You may then need to at least extend to a 3 or 4 day program, so that at least we are able to attend to issues. It would be similar with the KZN. It is a big a province which also has some rural areas, including Eastern Cape and Limpopo. I know we have not spoken about other areas where we are going to focus on. We have only now identified 2, which I believe that's not where we are going to end or stop. We will need to go and cover as much provinces and districts and regions or metros as much as we can. So I also agree on the fact that the KZN schedule should then be looked at and be moved to next year, because I don't think also the team will be afforded enough time for them to go and conduct their work sufficiently as they need to. So I agree into that. But also it is worrying. We must agree that the time constraints are very, very close. It's worrying, and take into consideration that we are moving towards the festive season, and there is a need for us to go and conduct oversight on the borderlines and so forth. And also that there's an immigration bill that we must also take to the public, including the party funding. So we have, in a space of 4 or 5 weeks that is left of the committee to do that work. I think we are going to work really, really under extreme pressure. Thank you.
Mr. Matenzi, Mr. Sema.
Okay. Just to answer Mr. Roos, the immigration bill as well as the party funding resolution, the advert only went out. I'm sure people might have seen it on Sunday Times over the weekend. So the closing deadline is the 22nd of November. So which means on the 19th, we have to find something else. Now that we are going to be in KZN, so that the public hearings for the immigration, it will be next year. But the public hearing on the party funding, because I think the last sitting, according to the program, the last sitting of the National Assembly is the 3rd of December, unless if it changes. So if we can aim to have that National Assembly resolution going into the National Assembly on the 3rd of December, then we do probably national public hearings where we call in people to come and present whatever they will have submitted to us. On the issue of the provinces, in Gauteng, we are dealing with 2 metros, Ekurhuleni and Tshwane, and the 2 districts, Sedibeng and the West Rand. What we are not dealing with is the city of Johannesburg. But also what I heard when they were presenting is that if you go to a district, what they do is from the venue, they go for a radius of 100 kilometers just to mobilize people to come to the public hearing. So I'm assuming that no, also in Gauteng, they will go far to bring people into the venue. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, the 6-week cycle is there for the knowledge, the public participation period framework. We are totally in compliance with that at this stage, because the first 3 weeks at least is for the summary, the planning, the production of the script, the translation into all national languages of the summary, etc. So we've done all of that. According to the legal requirements as outlined by the Constitutional Court, we should at least spend 10 days, and that is 10 working days, excluding the weekends, actually educating citizens on the bill. Now we're doing that, and then just to put the members at ease as well, we are not going to focus only on the areas that you are going to have public hearings. We are going to cover Gauteng in its entirety, but at least 7 days before the public hearing, we are going to zoom in and focus on the areas where the public hearings will take place. And I do recall I said that doesn't mean that the people who attend the public hearing will actually be the ones who have attended our educational workshops. But at least from our perspective and from the committee side, the committee would be able to produce a report that said we had at least embarked on a meaningful plan to educate citizens and to capacitate them in order for them to have a meaningful understanding of what the bill is about. So I think we are going to cover ourselves on that. I just give one example. For example, yesterday we spent 30 minutes on, it's not sufficient time, but we spent 30 minutes on Riverside Radio in Uppington, educating citizens on the content of the tobacco bill. The listenership is 92,000. And that is what we will present to the committee, that these are all the community radio stations we are targeting in Gauteng. This is their consistent listenership, so that the committee knows that even though they might not have attended our workshops, they may not be at the actual public hearing, but we have striven as far as possible into Gauteng to reach as many people as possible and educate them on the content. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate, ma'am, also that even with the reduced schedule, so even if we continue with only doing 4 districts in each province, it's 9 provinces times 4 districts. It's a significant amount. You end up covering a significant amount of the country, which is what the original court ruling was. That was not so much around how much the coverage was, but that each place got educated. So it's better to have, in fact, fewer areas and make sure that they're all properly educated and then bring people in. And that will cover us in terms of the court rulings on those matters. It also reduces the budget intake because there are some budget constraints around how we conduct oversight. So the reduction will contribute to that as well. Thank you.
Okay, the proposal is approved by the committee. There's no different view. Let's start with the preparations and then with the additions of members that they've raised. And also we consider that. Members, thanks very much, honorable members, and our meeting stand adjourned.
Ah, come on, right, Tanya. Poor.